For August 7th, 2025, will the clerk please call the roll?
Herman.
Here.
Fioca.
Here.
Marinak. Here. Feldman.
Here.
Do we have a motion to approve the minutes from our July 10th meeting? Moved and seconded. All in favor? Yes.
Yes.
Those minutes are approved. Planning Director's report.
Yeah, just a quick update on the bowling alley. We finally had an application submitted to Planning Commission for the renovation of that building and the site. So we're hoping we'll see that at Planning Commission at the end of this month or early September. And then real quick before we get into business items, I know there's all the resolutions on the agenda for the code review. We've done some review with council at the meetings and have had too much feedback. So I'd request to withdraw those from the agenda, and then later this month we'll start having individual meetings with council members to review the code.
Any questions for our Planning Director? Seeing none, we'll move on to business, and without objection, I will withdraw items A through H at the Planning Director's request, and we will start.
Sorry,
Wait, I don't think
through G.
H. It's A through G.
Yes, thank you, A through G. I will withdraw A through G at the Planning Director's request, and we will start with item H, 2025-163.
Yeah, this resolution is just to amend the owner name for the development at 4285 Kent Road for the Sheets and Chick-fil-A development. And that's all.
Yeah, point of order.
Sorry, do you need people to vote, a second, and people to vote on that, the withdrawal?
No, it was just without objection. So they were introduced under my name, so I just withdrew them.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Item G, or sorry, item H, that's only for the modification of the owner name for that development at 4285 Kent Road. Yeah, there's no presentation on it. It's just,
okay.
It's just to modify the owner name. That's
okay.
all. Yeah.
Any discussion? Yeah, Mr. Feldman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Cowan, all we're doing is changing the name, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. McIntyre.
I just for the listening audience, can you at least read the title? Because there's not much information you're saying, it's just a change, but at least for people listening, what we're changing.
Yes, so this was the resolution that was previously passed, a resolution amending Resolution 2025-117, allowing modification of the site plan for the property located at 4285 Kent Road in the city of Stow, referring to the Stow Glen property. All this resolution does is change the name of the undersigned applicant.
Correct.
Do we have a motion to move this?
So moved.
Second.
We have motion and a second to move this to tonight's agenda. All in favor?
Yes.
That will be on tonight's agenda. Item I, 2025-164.
All right, thank you. So this application is for the proposed Taco Bell on Norton Road. Property is zone C4. Address is 1590 Norton Road, and it's for site plan and conditional use for drive-through and counter service uses. Quick reminder before we get into the site plan, I know we'll talk about the amphitheater, which will be next to this property later on. Just want to remind everyone, this is a separate project. This doesn't have any bearing on the development for the rest of the plaza. So just keep that in mind during your review. This has been in progress since before we started talking about the amphitheater. So quick background, a concept plan was submitted by Taco Bell in early May for review. During that review was around the same time that we were discussing doing the code amendment for the bypass lane. So after this review is done, we talked to Taco Bell, expressed our concerns about the bypass, as this plan just shows a single lane along the east side of the building. So they did accommodate that request. They added a designated 10-foot bypass lane on the east side of the drive-through, so they basically just shifted the building over. But this building will be 2,200 square feet in size. The site will contain 23 parking spaces, which is the minimum required. It meets all the Minimum setbacks required will be about 80 feet from Norton Road, 40 feet from the east property line, 90 feet from the west. Again, all building and parking setbacks are complied with, so there are no variances for this application. There would be 2 access points. There would be one right off that access drive from Norton Road for two-way access, and then also in the rear of the property from the parking lot, there would be a two-way access in the back, where there's also a dumpster located. Landscaping plan, this will include 5 new trees around the property, including 55 shrubs. Our code requires 5% of the interior parking lot has to be landscaped. This will be at 6%. And they are also including the required 3.5-foot shrubs between the parking spaces and the right-of-way. And this plan has been approved by the city arborist. And this also shows the dumpster being screened on all 4 sides. At Planning Commission, this was recommended denial. Part of that concern was Taco Bell being visible from the amphitheater. So Taco Bell sent this rendering, I think it was yesterday, for additional landscaping on the east side of the property, just to allow for further screening. This would be Blue Point junipers, so to provide sufficient screening. So that'd be part of their landscaping plan moving forward. In elevations, they comply with the building design requirements. It'll be 23 feet in height. Signage will be handled at a separate application. Conditional use regulations, restaurant, counter service, very basic, just has to be located so it's least disruptive to pedestrian and vehicular traffic, has to be designed with adequate traffic circulation. Drive-throughs, the speakers can't create a nuisance. Access drives have to be 100 feet from intersection, which they are. And then Planning Commission and Council may impose restrictions on hours of operation if needed. So I'll leave this up for review. Again, Planning Commission did recommend denial of this application. But again, they don't need any variances. They comply with the building and parking setbacks, landscaping. This is only for the site plan review and the review of the conditional uses. So happy to take any questions.
Any questions for the planning director before we hear from the applicant? Mr. McIntyre.
Thank you, Mr. Herman. Yes, I know drive-throughs are conditionally permitted within the city. What condition, I guess, did the applicant not meet that was the basis of the Planning Commission's denial recommendation?
Their discussion, the Planning Commission's discussion was that they felt it did not fit the intent of this area with the amphitheater coming in. With that being said, we can't say that really doesn't match the character of the area since there's 4 other drive-throughs within this area. But that was their concern during the review.
I guess, as part of, even though the amphitheater is going to be a later discussion, but is it not part of the whole plan for the amphitheater project to bring in restaurants into the city?
Yeah, we'll discuss that later, but yeah, there's still, we're working on a development agreement with the property owners to bring in, locally based restaurants within the plaza area. So this does not affect that agreement, or is not included in the agreement at all. This does not count towards one of the sit-down restaurants that we're looking for.
But it's business to that. But I guess my question is, what condition from the zoning code did they not meet that was the basis of the members of the committee to unanimously vote no? That's my question. That's the answer I'm looking for.
Again, I think that they felt it didn't meet the intent of the future plans for the area. I can't speak on behalf of the Planning Commission though on how they voted on that.
Well, I understand, but did anyone ever give that reason, or they just flat out just said no, and no was the only answer they gave?
Yeah, there's the criteria and the conditional uses. There's part in here talks about the future intent of the area, and that it can affect the character of the neighborhood, and I think that's what they're leaning towards. But
in your professional planning opinion, does this meet the conditions set forth in our zoning code to be allowed to be constructed here at this location?
I believe it meets the criteria, yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions for our planning director? Okay, now we would like to hear from the applicant. Please state your name and address for the record. Yes.
Good evening. I'm Bob Constan. I'm an attorney for the applicant. I was not present at the Planning Commission meeting. I did watch the video probably 3 or 4 times. My own opinion was that I think the Planning Commission mistakenly thought that this project with the Taco Bell was going to be part of the amphitheater project, and they're really 2 distinct projects. Taco Bell's been talking to the city administration long before the project of the amphitheater came up. It's my understanding of the amphitheater, and I do not represent them, I represent Taco Bell, but part of the development agreement for the amphitheater, which it's separate property, has nothing to do with this property, and that there will be a couple, if not 3, sit-down restaurants for the amphitheater once you get to that point. And I think that's where Planning Commission got a little confused, not knowing exactly how the amphitheater was going to work. As I said, this was long before the whole concept of the amphitheater came in. I think it's very important if we take another look at the GIS, you've got McDonald's, you've got Burger King, you've got Wendy's, and you've got Arby's, all almost immediately next to this property. And this property is the proper use is a Taco Bell, and it's not going to interfere at all with the amphitheater. And we don't need any variances, which is pretty rare. We try to comply with everything. Obviously, Taco Bell needs the drive-through, and that's one of the conditional uses. And I think we're willing to comply with all of the conditional uses. We're not taking any exception to that. Working with the planning department, we did add the additional access lane for safety reasons, and I think that made a lot of sense, and we were glad to do that. Last minute, we added some more landscaping just to be a good neighbor and make it look better. The other Taco Bell in Stow does very well, and I hope we're a good neighbor. It'll be operated by the same people, and I think this will be a nice addition for the city.
Thank you. And also thank you to Taco Bell for modifying the site plan with the additional screening. My question is, now that Taco Bell knows of the plans, might they be interested in taking advantage of them for their own profit by adopting the site plan to more of a Taco Bell cantina model, maybe to allow for some outdoor seating and the sale of alcohol, since this will now be part of Adora?
Well, I can say that, and I have my operations people here, the sale of alcohol and Taco Bell that's not going to work. Outdoor seating may, but I think the whole amphitheater, we will adjust, obviously, because we think there's going to be a lot of people walking around, and we want to make it pedestrian friendly, and if they're walking, we'd love to have them sit and buy from the Taco Bell, but I think it's a little premature at this point to do that. Taco Bell, I will tell you, is very flexible. They will work with the city, and obviously if there's an area where there can be some seating out there and pedestrian access that's safe, they want to make sure it's safe, they will do that.
Thank you. Other questions from council? Mrs. Coffey.
Just looking at the zoning code, I'm just looking at it being harmonious with the proposed development and in relationship to existing and proposed uses on an adjacent property. So I'm just looking at, did you guys consider up more by the fast food restaurants, like near Wendy's, instead of near the amphitheater?
Yeah, we needed a piece of ground that was going to be large enough, and we felt, particularly with potentially stacking issues, although I'll be honest, I was here for the 7 Brews, if you recall. We had a huge stacking issue with that. Taco Bell doesn't have the stacking. They're more of a consistent operation, and they don't get what I call slammed with a lot of cars. But this proposed site was very good because we don't have an entrance off of a public highway. So we don't have that stacking issue. And it allows us to also have a secondary means of ingress and egress from the rear, which we think is important. So this worked out very well, and with the city's input on the bypass lane, I think the bypass lane makes a lot of sense, and it worked well. The site was wide enough to do it. So this was the ideal site for us, and that's why we're going there.
Mr. Feldman.
we appreciate your investment in Stow, that's for sure.
Thank you.
Mr. McIntyre.
Thank you. I mean, I fully intend on supporting this. I look at, that was the line of my question, it's, there's nothing in the conditions that weren't met, right?
Right.
I know our conditions, there's not like this long list of conditions you have to meet, but you see that you meet it. Looking at your site, your elevations, you know, I remember Taco Bell when I was a kid, right? It looked like this, you know, something out of New Mexico or something along
Exactly.
those lines. And the way Taco Bell, and not just Taco Bell, but all fast food restaurants, they're changing their exteriors to be, you know, to look nice. You know, if I was at a concert looking over at the Taco Bell, it's not going to look, it's appealing to the eye, you know, the materials and the things that they're doing. So I think it's a great investment in this community. You know, when you look at the end, from the amphitheater perspective, I fully imagine these drive-through lines being fully packed with cars at the end of any concert, right? Because if you're not going to go sit down, you're going to grab something to eat on your way out. So I think it's another boost to this, to the revitalization of this old plaza. And I thank you for proposing it and bringing it forward and working with the planning department to make the changes to the drive-through lane. So it has my support tonight. So
Thank you for your comments, Mr. McIntyre.
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Herman.
Mrs. Coffey.
Another question. In speaking with the city engineer, apparently there was a traffic study that showed down the road, we would need a designated right and left turn lane onto Norton. It was in the 30-year plan, I think, is what the traffic study showed. But I feel like as a council, we should look at the imminent future as well as down the road. Do you know if there are plans to add those?
Why don't you come up? Let me introduce our engineer, if I may. Introduce yourself.
Alex Mull, 100 Camelot Drive, Fond du Lac, Wisconsin, 54937. So yes, there was the traffic study done for that, and the immediate recommendation of the traffic study was that the existing infrastructure in place can support the Taco Bell being proposed.
Correct. Can I ask a
There
follow-up?
wasn't anything. Correct. 3 years down the road?
Correct.
Okay.
Was there a recommendation down the road that it was recommended?
I can't speak to the 30 years down the road, but the immediate proposed conditions of the Taco Bell going in did not meet having a right-left turn lane at that intersection.
I think what the issue may become, depending on what happens with the amphitheater, that may have an impact to traffic, and that's probably where that issue will come up once there's a traffic study for the amphitheater.
Can I ask our city engineer, was that the recommendation down the road?
So to clarify, it was the 2037 PM peak build, which did show a queue to the northbound driveway, which could potentially back up traffic from exiting Taco Bell. And that's where the city recommended a dedicated right and left to eliminate that queue to potential impact to Taco Bell themselves. But speaking of Taco Bell, they did not want to add that dedicated right turn lane.
That's correct.
Mr. Burbanic.
Couple answers, I guess. First of all, to Mrs. Coffey, the great thing about it is as we've looked at this amphitheater project, and I know we're not talking about that, but having that turn lane, we have the ability, if so be it, the way that we're placing it, that if a turn lane needs to go in, we can work through that to go ahead and do that, depending on what the traffic would be. What I wanted to direct to you individuals in the Taco Bell, thank you very much, and I want to keep this as a title because I think it's very important in the city of Stow of Megan's Way Out with that accessible drive-through lane. Truly appreciate that, and again, it means so much, and I think it's a great thing moving forward, and I think it's a great thing that the city of Stow is at that forefront, but I thank you very much for right away saying, yes, we have no problem with that, so great job with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Any other questions from council, or do we have a motion? Yeah, Mr. Fialka?
No, just real quick. Yeah, I mean, I watched the planning commission meeting. I mean, my take was completely different than the members on the commission. I felt that it was meeting there weren't any conditions that, you weren't meeting. And again, I look at this as another investment into that plaza, to help things move along. So I fully intend on supporting it.
Thank you, Mr. Fielder.
I make a motion to move Resolution 25-164 onto tonight's city council.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
No.
That was 4 yeses from the planning committee members. So thank you. This will be on the agenda for
Mr. Herman,
tonight.
would it be possible, I know this is sort of out of order, but we have Mr. Sokoloff is here, the owner of the real estate, and he just wanted to make some closing comments if you'd be willing to listen. I know you've already voted on it, but it's important to him.
We'll allow that, yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Sokoloff? Introduce yourself. Thank you.
Ivan Sokoloff, 3681 South Green Road, Beechwood, Ohio. I'm here really to speak in favor of the Taco Bell facilities. The restaurants and the dorm are all coming, but they'll be in the plaza. And we actually, if we had the right user, we have space in which we could add additional space behind the, where the Giant Eagle used to be as you come in off of 91. So I do ask City Council to vote in favor of the Taco Bell. I think Taco Bell has been cooperative, has not requested any variances, and in addition to the city variances or the city requirements, we have the unusual situation of a REA, a reciprocal easement agreement. They have to comply with standards of the development itself, and those are usually very difficult to do, and Taco Bell has managed to do it. So my appearance here tonight is really to urge each and every one of the council members to be supportive of this, and assuming that we can get through the REA situation, we will in fact be seeing that the amphitheater going up and having the additional restaurants in the plaza. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sokoloff. Next, we'll move to 2025-165.
Thank you. This application is for a sign variance for the new phase of behind Vitalia's for Hudson Reserve. This development was recently approved after many years. It's currently under construction, so proposing a couple signs which need variances. There'll be 2 signs. Sign number 1 would be up along Hudson Drive to the main access drive. The sign will be 10 feet back from the right-of-way. It meets the minimum setback requirement. And then sign number 2 will be at the rear of the property, near the rear access drive, which connects Vitalia. This sign will be 10 feet from the side property line, which does need a variance. Our code requires 20 feet from side property lines. The signs themselves both need a variance from not meeting the style requirement of a monument. Our code requires that signs have to be at least 50% of the bottom of it and be 10 feet from the right-of-way. This only needs the variance from the style of the sign. And then sign number 2, same size. Again, this is just a suspended sign. This requires the variance from the style sign and the side yard setback to be located 10 feet from the property line where 20 feet is required. So this was recommended denial by Planning Commission, but I'll leave this up for review. Happy to take any questions.
Did the Planning Commission give a reason for denial?
There wasn't too much conversation on it. I can't provide too much insight. There was a question on why they could not meet the minimum code requirement, but the applicant is here to provide comments on that.
Okay. Yes, well, will you please state your name and address for the record?
Ben Weinerman, 2211 Medina Road, Suite 100.
Thank you.
I think the sign that we're proposing tonight and proposed at Planning Commission is unique and thoughtfully designed with a mixture of different materials, stone veneer, rough sawn lumber, and steel brackets, powder-coated steel brackets. I ask that council take a pragmatic approach to reviewing this application, and although the sign is not supported, 50% of the sign is not supported by the ground, allow common sense to prevail here. This is not a pole sign. This is not a billboard. I think the spirit, or is my belief that the spirit and intent of a monument sign is met here. And, we've actually constructed these signs in about a dozen communities across Ohio, and we've gotten really good feedback. And I think the main reason for that is because it's not your run-of-the-mill, status quo monument sign. It's not just a sign, right? There's some flair to it. So I would ask that, again, you take a pragmatic approach to reviewing this. I understand the 50% rule, but these signs are secure. They're concrete footers in the ground. So I hope that there's no concerns there. I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Mr. McIntyre.
It's not really questions. I mean, I agree with everything you just said. If there was ever a reason to grant a variance, this is it. It's not like your common sign. It fits with what you guys, I know the one side, I think it's the west side of the one building over there, the multi-story building. It kind of gives you that feel of like a cabin out in the woods style feel, and the sign reflects, the architecture that you guys are doing over there. And I completely agree. We've had a lot of variances that come through, but it's never for a unique sign like this. It's usually just for your standard. I want it to be a pole sign. I want to do the monument. I want to build the cement or the brick all around it. So for me, I'll be supporting this tonight. I think it's very appealing to the eye for anyone who drives through there once you guys start breaking ground or start building the structures out there. So
thank you. I appreciate your feedback.
Any other questions, comments, or motions?
Move that 2025-165 be moved to tonight's council agenda.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
That's 4 yeses. Thank you. Next, we have item 2025-168.
Thank you. This application is for a lot split. The entire property is 2.3 acres, zoned R3. They do need a variance from the lot depth requirement. This site is where the old Maple Park pool was, so they're proposing to split this up into 4 pieces. That'll be lot 1, 2, 3, and 4. The sizes will be consistent with the neighboring properties to the east, which are about half an acre. So lot 1, which will be on the southwest end, there'll be 32,000 square feet in area. Does require a variance from the lot depth. Our code allows up to maximum 3.5 times the lot width. So this would be 6.9. And then lot 2 requires the same variance at 3.6 times the lot width. R3 just requires 12,000 square feet in area, 35-foot lot frontage. So all the lots comply with those requirements. And I'll say in the new code, we are proposing to remove that lot depth requirement since we get so many variances. So this is the survey. This was recommended for approval. The developer is here. They discussed developing these into single family or duplexes down the road. I think they're still deciding on that, so happy to take any questions.
Any questions for the planning director before we hear from the applicant? Mr. McIntyre.
Mr. Collin, in that part of town, multifamily, you said is what the future.
Either each lot will be single family or duplex.
Okay, and how is, I guess, the makeup of multifamily duplexes? I know once you get closer to Fish Creek in that area, there's a lot of multifamily units.
Yeah, there's multifamily directly abutting it to the east.
So it wouldn't be 4 parcels or 5 parcels of potentially multifamily amongst all single family, right?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, well, will the applicant please state your name and address for the record?
Yeah, I'm representing the development team. I'm Wayne Jatzik from Brecksville, Ohio.
Do we need an address?
10046 Deer Run.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for the applicant, or did you want to offer any further comments or context?
No, I guess I can just give you a brief high-level look right now. Currently, due to uncertain market conditions, we're just requesting just lot split approvals tonight. Currently, there's no designs that exist that I can share.
Thank you. Any further questions, comments, or motions?
I make a motion to move Resolution 2025-168 onto tonight's council agenda.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Yes, that's 4 yeses. Thank you.
Thank you.
Resolution 2025-169.
Thank you. All right, this application is for the amphitheater. This property is 2.5 acres, zone C4. So this application is for site plan, conditional use, and a couple variances for building setbacks and parking. Quick background, this whole project has been in response to community needs and wants for a destination, for something to do in the city. So this will help create that destination in a true sense of place in Stow that's been much needed. It'll also be a way to support the local arts, bring people together, and boost the economic development in this area. The mayor is the originator of this idea, came up around April of 2024, where he got the idea from Plain Township, which had a similar situation. They put an amphitheater in front of a plaza, which was recently redeveloped, and it's been a huge success. So we borrowed a lot of ideas from them, and we even met with the township trustees early on to learn more about it, learn what went well, what they wish they did better. So we learned a lot from them early on in the process. We also met with the architect of that project, Sol Harris Day, and we've been working with them ever since. We're also working with Audio Technica for their insight and their expertise on the audio equipment that will be needed to make sure that this is done right and that this is not creating a nuisance for the neighbors to the north. We've also been very fortunate to work with the current owners, the Soklovs, to help bring this plan into fruition. So we're also working on a master arts plan, this will be a key component to that plan and will guide us on where public art should be located and what types of art. That could include anything from artistic bike racks and murals, anything to bring more color to the area and be more inviting. There's also, as mentioned, an REA, an easement agreement between this property, the plaza, Giant Eagle, Hudson Springs. So we've been working very closely with Giant Eagle and Hudson Springs on this, and they're fully on board and supportive. So real quick before we get into the details, there's also the bike and hike trail directly south of the plaza. We intend to take advantage of this and add a couple spurs from that trail. As part of the Route 91 project, there's a spur going in at the corner, a set of stairs coming at the corner of Darrow and Fish Creek, so that's already in the plan. And then we would also add an additional spur a little further east to come up in between the buildings and create that connection straight through the plaza and the amphitheater. All right, so getting into the site plan, this has been branded as the AMP, something easy to say. Once you say it, you know exactly what it is. The amphitheater itself will be about 3,700 square feet in area, which will include a 600 square foot green room, about 370 square foot storage and mechanical area. And the stage itself will be about 2,700 square feet. There'll also be a concession and restroom facility at the rear of the property towards the parking behind the lawn area. And this was developed with the intent to hold a 2,500 person capacity on this property. Some of the events that we're looking at doing are 10 ticketed music events. There'll be markets such as the Chris Kindle markets, craft shows. Parks and Rec would hold some of their programs here, including yoga in the morning, concerts on the green. We could have outdoor movie nights and also stream live sporting events so that we can watch the Browns win 3 games. There would also be a location for just more gathering areas, covered swings at the west end of the property, the gathering space, which is that circle at the southwest corner. That's just, again, intended to just create another gathering space, public space for people to attend even smaller acts, acoustic acts, or the library could hold any book events. There could be animal shows in this smaller area. And then we'd also include 6 gas fire pits along the back end of the lawn, which would be rentable for anyone who wants to sit back there and enjoy the show. So for the setbacks, there is a variance named from the side setback for the amphitheater itself. That is due to a 30-foot sanitary easement running right through the middle of the property. So this forces us to shift the amphitheater east, creating an 11.4-foot setback. Our code requires 30 feet, and that 30-foot setback is specific to the conditional use of public outdoor facility. And typical C4, it usually be 20 feet. And then for the restroom and concession stands, those also require setbacks from the rear. Typically, under the C4, they meet that 20-foot setback, but for whatever reason, the code requires 30 feet for this use. For the parking, as you might have noticed, there's only, forgot to mention, there's only a couple of parking spaces at the side of the amphitheater, just to give access to anyone coming in to set up their equipment for the show. They'd have an access drive right off Norton Road, but that's the only parking for the site. And our code doesn't really have an appropriate parking ratio for this type of use. So our code says that Planning Commission can apply the standard for a specified use, which is most similar to the proposed use. So we looked at 4 options. They're all fairly similar. None of them are exactly an outdoor public recreation or anything like that. But what they all have in common is that it's 1 space for every 3 seats. So they decided to apply the outdoor commercial recreation parking ratio, which is 1 per 3 seats. Our code also, it's also based on fixed seats, which we don't have. Our code does surprisingly account for that. So when fixed seats are not indicated, the capacity is determined by 1 seat per 20 square feet of assembly. So given that the lawn area is about 22,000 square feet, that comes out to 367 spaces required on site. So this will be a shared parking arrangement between us and the Sawclaws and the entire plaza. The plaza parking can accommodate approximately 650 spaces, so that's not an issue. So again, it will be a shared parking arrangement, but there's a variance for not supplying the minimum parking spaces. And this next one, this is the Plain Township site. This is the amphitheater. I think was built and finalized in 2022, completed. So it's very new, very recent. Again, the architect, same architect as this project. This site, this amphitheater has a 2,200 person capacity and only 490 spaces, and they still manage the amount of parking needed. And there's a couple, I think, off-site parking that they use for the big events, like the 10 ticket events out of the year. But all in all, they rarely have an issue with parking. Landscaping plan, this would be 58 new trees around the property and over 800 shrubs, which has been approved by the city arborist. Landscaping is just meant to provide screening and provide kind of a natural barrier between the site and the parking area. There will be 3 main points of pedestrian access at the rear of the property coming from that parking lot, which are highlighted in yellow. And these are the colored renderings of the amphitheater and the concession and restroom buildings and some of the landscaping. Last one. And yeah, this is all I have for review. This was recommended approval by Planning Commission. So again, it's for site plan approval, conditional use for outdoor recreation, and a variance from the side and rear building setbacks and from the parking requirement. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Mr. Fiocca.
The developer, the Plain Township, is no longer involved with this project, correct?
Correct.
Why is that? I just never got a reason, so I was curious.
Yeah. You want to?
Yes. The original plan, as we met with, and they've been great to work with. I'm not going to ever say anything bad because they've been phenomenal. But also the Sawclaws have been involved all the way since the beginning because they are owners of different pieces of property in that development area. When Mr. Giltz looked at this site, he was looking at purchasing some more land and different things like that in order to make this whole thing work. That was not the case. Mr. Sokoloff or the Sokoloff family retained certain areas, and at one point in time, he went and said, he owns everything down there at, down there in Oakwood Square. And so he controls the whole thing. And he became very nervous with pricing of construction and so forth like that. And his words to us were, you know, I can't do this. I'd be on very thin lines, and I'm not sure. But if the developer who owns all this property would be able to do this and financially be stable off of this. And so that was mostly his main reason. Like I said, nothing wrong with the plan itself, but rather what he controlled in essence from that. So again, the Sokolofs have been great. They've worked with us all the way through the process, even when we had Mr. Giltz and Associates on board. I can tell you when that deal, and I won't say went sour, it's business. On a Monday, that happened on a Monday. On Thursday, we met and we went over and handed him the same package of where we were at to begin with, or ended with Giltz and Associates, gave them everything from that point, and then it moved forward from there. So the intentions are very clear. I know, Mr. Hooton, if you can go ahead and address kind of where we're at right now in legal ways of where we're at with the Sokoloff Group.
Absolutely, Mayor. So currently, Mr. Sokoloff did mention that there is a reciprocal easement agreement on the property. We are currently awaiting signatures from all of the remaining interested parties in that area. The REA does require that both the landowners and any mortgage holders sign off on it, so it's a bit herding cats getting all of these different signatories involved, but we are pretty close to that being done. Earlier today, Mr. Riley and myself sent over some draft purchase documents and operators agreements to the Sokolovs. They're still going over that right now. We're hopeful within the next, I will put a timeline on it, but we've been working together great for the past several months, and I'm hopeful that if this is approved and then later on other things to do with the amphitheater are approved, that we'll be moving on fairly quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Hooton. Mr. McIntyre.
Thank you. Mr. Hooton, as far as those REAs go, I know you're saying signatures, so is it safe to say then all the terms of those REAs have all been agreed upon, but all parties were just literally waiting for signatures?
Yes, all the terms have been agreed upon after much discussion with Giant Eagle and Hudson Springs, and now it's just a matter of actually it's Hudson Springs mortgage holder we're waiting on. They have to get it over to them, have them review it, but they have not had any requests for changes. They're just doing their due diligence from the mortgage holder perspective.
Any other questions or comments? Mr. Feldman?
Thank you, Mr. Herman. So this sheet you gave us, right, Mr. Hooton? I mean, obviously, this jumps out at me, right? Major investment in facade upgrades, parking lot repaving, lighting, landscaping, and signage. But I really like the next bullet. Guarantee of 3 new non-chain dine-in restaurants to support a vibrant, walkable downtown. So I appreciate you and the commitment on both sides, and it's meeting a lot of needs, right? So I appreciate you, everybody working together and getting this thing done. I'll be supporting it. I think it's exciting, and I appreciate you guys, the Sokolovs, as the entire property owner there. We've got some flexibility now, right? This thing takes off, and we get all those things, and we get that plaza upgraded, and it's going to be, with those improvements, I think I just appreciate that investment, that commitment. So thank you, Mr. Herman.
Mrs. Coffey.
I think this could be a positive thing if we do it correctly. I think it's a really good idea. I think it could renovate that plaza. I'm in Ward 2, so I have all of the residents that are in the condos and homes behind Giant Eagle that are in very close proximity to the plaza and to the amphitheater. So I have been in a lot of meetings where I've addressed a lot of their concerns, but I would just like to publicly go over a couple. Mostly noise and traffic and parking. I know there are 650 spots assume that there are 3 people in each car. There should be adequate parking. And I spoke with Mr. Riley this week about some of the private streets back there that if people would park there, that their HOAs could get signs that are, so no parking, so that they're not parking there. But also if you could address noise and traffic. I guess traffic would be Mr. Jones, and then noise, I know we're working with Audio Technica as well as the architects on that, but if someone could, for my residents, speak on noise and how they'll be protected.
Yeah, I can take the noise question. Yeah, again, we are working with Audio Technica. They are a international business who specializes in audio. So we're working very closely with them to make sure that we get the right equipment in place so that it's not, we don't have too much sound spilling onto the properties, especially the properties right behind the amphitheater. The idea is to have all the noise, all the sound coming south to the plaza building so that when people are having their meals in those buildings, they can enjoy the show as well. So we're making sure that we work with them very closely so that we don't create any issues outside of the property.
Thank you, Mrs. Coffey. And to address your concern about traffic, the City of Stow Engineering Department and a third-party consultant both reviewed the proposed plan, and there was no improvements necessary along 91 or Norton Road. Obviously, for the 10 ticketed large events, there will be some traffic control necessary, means and measures necessary to get people mass entrances and exits to get people flowing, but there was no additional improvements needed along the main routes.
To also, because it is proper to really compare Oakwood Square to this plaza, Oakwood Square only has 2 egress and regress areas. This here has either 5 or 6, I believe, depending on how you're counting. I can't remember.
Yeah, there's 5 access points.
There's 5, plus they don't have the bike and hike trail, which we know is very productive along that way too. So I spent a large amount of time, very large amount of time last year watching this with concerts, speaking to residents who were behind the actual plaza, and their feelings, again, they had concern when it started. They did not have a problem. And going along that way, they do have houses behind their plaza. We do not. We have a bike and hike trail. Now, like I said, I know from the east we have the condos, but again, we're facing towards the west and circling that sound around. And a recommendation which we took from Audio Technica down there in Oakwood Square, it's a 5% grade. We're going to a 2%, which lowers the sound and also makes that a more usable space. So those ideas were addressed. And again, as Mr. Cohen said, over this period of time, I cannot thank really seriously the Plain Township trustees and all their people involved and Mr. Giltz, because like I said, they have shared everything with us and also working with the Sokolovs.
Mr. Hooten?
And just one final thing that could help put some of your constituents' concerns at ease, Ms. Coffey. Part of the requirements of the REA that we got from Giant Eagle and Hudson Springs were that we would work with our safety forces to put together a safety and security plan for those 10 ticketed events. So there will be, obviously we're still a ways away from what that's going to look like, but think road closures and police officers directing traffic to ensure that there is safe ingress and egress from this parking lot. And again, as you spoke with Mr. Riley the other day, the no parking signs for the condos, that's a fairly straightforward process. And we've worked with other developments on that. So as long as they can reach out to us and figure out what they need from the city and what they need to do, that should be no issue.
Any other, follow-up?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Hooton. Yes, and that was the tertiary concern was crime, and that's something, and I called down to Plain Township too to see if they had any increased crime from their development. We've all been down there too, and they said that they have not, that it seemed like a safe thing and that they weren't. And I spoke with Chief Film as well. Do you have any additional insight on crime in the area just for my constituents?
No, but I did also make a phone call down there and talk to the administrator, and they said that the addition of that amphitheater actually really helped that area that had crime prior to, because of just the plaza was not abandoned, but it had a few businesses in it, and now it's packed. And and with the traffic and with the enforcement during the concerts, I've already had many conversations with the mayor. We plan on having officers present during those events.
Thank you.
Mr. Herman.
Mr. Bonick.
If I can also insert, Oakwood Square, Plain Township down there, they operate, they don't have their own police, they have sheriffs, and they have 8 on duty. Again, so we're walking into this knowing what we need to go ahead and do to make this thing work. So it isn't like this is something down in Chicago where we're dealing totally different scenarios. Their demographic is real close to the city of Stow. And so, again, they're sharing everything with us. And I have been able to witness all that. And again, it's not an emptying all at one time or coming in at one time because of the restaurants and so forth like that. So it's not like Blossom. It is not like, and again, no offense to Cog Falls, it's not like Rocking on the River. One great thing about this is, and thanks to City Council with the cell tower lease, we're paying cash for this, so we're not being strapped to something saying we have to make so much money and sell so much alcohol or whatever the case. Our initiative, and Ms. Narstead and I have had this conversation, is to make it what we do with all of our events, a family event. So that's where we're angling for, is this, making this some type of a downtown, which of course the city of Stow does not have. But any event that Ms. Narstead and her crew put on is an instant success. So we want to go ahead and address that. And Mr. Feldman and I have talked over and over, and I know many people watching on Facebook and so forth like that, where are the small restaurants? Well, this is the possibility to go ahead and get that and actually have a really nice area that our families and our residents can go ahead and support. Thank you.
Mr. Fielka.
Yeah, no, I agree with the new non-chain small restaurants. I guess my question was the timeline, because the way I'm reading this document, the amphitheater could be built before any new restaurants are introduced. So I guess if you could give me an understanding or somebody about what the schedule would be for that, or expectations.
Yes, so of course the document is still a work in progress. What you guys have in front of you is kind of just a brief synopsis of what the agreement as it is right now looks like. However, the determination was that there is no possible way that they could have businesses in place ready to go late summer of 2026. It's possible they could, but we also know that in this economy and in the business climate that there is right now, that there's no guarantee there. So we want to make sure that it is something that is realistic for both parties to achieve. And while there may end up being some time where there are not those new small restaurants next to the amphitheater, the goal with the purchase agreement and the operator's agreement is that that will be in process throughout that time, and the goal is at the end of that time we will have those in place.
So I know there's currently one restaurant in there now. Is the three, so there'll be, at the end of this, there's the potential of three new ones plus the current
Yes.
one, assuming it's still
That
there?
is the plan.
Yeah.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. McIntyre.
Thank you, Mr. Herman. I see a lot of things in this list here, groundbreaking possibly in November. But what I don't see, I see we're going to do some improvements to the plaza and everything else. But what I haven't seen is what are those improvements going to look like? What is the timeline for that, right? When are we going to, is it potential, this $400,000, is that an estimate that's been provided to us that that's what these facade improvements are going to cost? Or these improvements that are specified in this list you guys gave us are going to cost?
No, we don't have it for the plaza. Is that what you're asking for the plaza?
Yeah, I mean, it's all, we talk about the
Right.
amphitheater, but this is more than just
It
the
is.
amphitheater that's talking about this project. This is more than that. We were told the Giant Eagle is considered a market district, and they were going to move that up the list. Where do we stand with that? I'm fully still supportive of this idea, but the previous developer had a proven concept, a proven location that we could see this, right? Now we're working with the existing developers, but this plaza's been sitting there. That parking lot has been in, I remember at one point there was cones around one area, it was so bad. There hasn't been any, that I've seen, any actual physical improvements to that structure that would entice any business to move in there. So I guess what's the timeline for that?
I'll say, first of all, for the Giant Eagle, we did meet with them early on, and they told us that they had plans down the road to do a market district for this location. It's one of their best locations in Ohio. We told them about the amphitheater project, and they've moved that project up in their timeline, so we're hoping to see that happen within the next few years. As far as the timeline and the cost of the improvements, the developer is here. If you want to address those questions with them, they are starting to work with the architect that we are working with as well. I know they've looked through renderings of what they want to do and how they want to upgrade the facade. But as far as a timeline, that's something that we're still working out with in the agreement.
Okay, and then I guess for the future use, like the amphitheater, I love it, can't wait to see when it all happens. But part of it's kind of like a pool, right? I can only use a pool in Ohio 6 months out of the year. So what is the long-term plan to fully maximize its use year-round?
Yeah, anyway.
We would look at this space in Parks and Rec Department and be so happy to have it. And actually, anything we do right now, we would consider having it there. So, we have a preliminary plan that the developer has asked, what we expect to see there. And so in addition to those 10 kind of premier concerts, there's a number of other themed types of events that we would have there. Chalk on the Walk, kids in the walkways of the amphitheater doing chalk, imagination station, storytelling, dancing, music, puppets, hands-on fun, family nights where they're sitting around the fire pits, hands-on workshops with local artists, Art in the Park series, that could be a festival, science under the stars, hands-on science, think slime, rockets, stargazing, Bark in the Park could be a dog-friendly music night with treats and agility courses. I mean, it is endless what we can do. We've plotted out just throwing it at the wall, over 100 events hopefully in a year season to be able to implement at the facility.
Would this potentially be a future home for Sunset Blast?
I mean, it could. I mean, we would really need to think about that. I mean, our conversation earlier, we are totally landlocked where we are right now to the extent where we cannot accept any more vendors for that event. We are landlocked.
Yeah, for me, looking at this, that's why I bring it up. It's more than just the amphitheater we're building on that one, that we're talking about building on that parcel. If something doesn't happen, it makes this for nothing, right? We need the businesses to come in there and everything else. So I don't, right now it kind of seems like if we build it, they will come. But obviously there's more guarantees that, we're going to bring restaurants and things of that nature. But, what's the future plans for the undeveloped portion to the west of the plaza? Is Faith Family Church, is this their long-term, there's a lot of things to know the future about this instead of always just looking at this is the part that we're talking about now. I'd like to know what Giant Eagle's timeline is, right? We're essentially talking about turning this into an entertainment district. right? We're revitalizing it, but it's a district that's going to provide entertainment. That's the sole purpose behind all of this and boost our economy. So, it's changed. It's still the same concept, but obviously who we're working with now has changed. And we're working with the current owners. It's, like I said, I fully support the Taco Bell, but I haven't seen any investments into this plaza since I've lived in Stow. And, I know on here it says we're going to get some guarantees. So I guess moving forward, I'd like to start seeing what we're talking about, what the property owner's talking about doing in terms of renovations to the facade of that existing plaza. And what's the timeline for all that too. So thank you, Mr. Herman.
Any other questions, comments? Mr. Fiocca?
Yeah, actually, Linda, this is probably more suited for you. Do you know or has that been decided who would be booking the entertainment for the concerts? Because I know with the previous developer, I thought they had their own company, so I didn't know how that would work in this situation.
They didn't, but we would need to work with someone to do that, for sure. I mean, it's beyond our capabilities in my department.
Got it. And then a quick follow-up, is the intention to move, assuming this goes forward, concerts on the green down there, or will concerts on the green still at the city center continue?
We will move the concerts from here.
Thank you.
Mr. Reel?
Yep. I like it. It's a neat idea. I've been down to the Plain Township one for several concerts. Good turnout, a lot of energy down there, lots of unique shops and restaurants. They have a cigar shop. They have many independently owned restaurants down there. Drove around the neighborhoods. I didn't hear objectionable sound in the housing that surrounds it. However, what sticks out to me is the $400,000 forgivable loan. So where's that money coming from? Is that our general fund? Is it something that we're borrowing against the TIF? Where's this money coming from?
I believe those funds are coming out of the funds that we're receiving from the cell towers.
Okay.
That is an an additional 400,000, and that is part of the 1,375,000 that we were proposing to buy this property for. So that's the money that was there anyway. So it's not an additional 400,000.
But it's 400,000 that's going to let's spruce up the plaza? Is that what it's for?
That was the same way as with Gilson Associates.
Oh, I understand.
Yeah.
I'm just asking.
Right,
Is
the
that,
same thing.
So taxpayer dollars just to fund up a developer's property. I just want to make sure I'm clearing on it. That's fine. I would just point out that, Stow Kent Shopping Center was a dump for decades, and we didn't have to give taxpayer dollars to spruce up the plaza. But overall, I think it's a great idea. I think it will bring excitement to the area, and excited to see it come to pass.
Any further questions, comments, or motions?
I make a motion to move Resolution 2025-169 onto tonight's council agenda.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
That's 4 yeses. That will be on tonight's agenda. We are now in our public comment period. If anyone would like to make a public comment related to planning, please raise your hand. Yes, please approach the microphone, state your name and address for the record, and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, green. There you go.
Oh, there. Thank you. Irene Mack Schaefer, 2132 South Hawkins Avenue, Akron, Ohio. I am here representing IATSE Stagehands Local Number 48. We operate in the jurisdiction of Summit County and all of the counties that touch Summit County. We provide all of the labor that goes into the day-to-day operations of venues, specifically Blossom and Lock 3, as well as all of the theaters through Akron, Akron Civic Theater, E.J. Thomas Hall, Canton Civic Center, Benson Stadium. We do support all of that. So we're very excited to see this venue coming. We have a 50-year history supporting the outdoor venue, Blossom Music Center. So we've been there through it all. We have a lot of expertise as far as the people that can help provide labor for those acts that are coming in, as well as installation. If the initial installation, there's often labor that is needed for lighting and sound installation. So we would like to be considered Local 48, IATSE, for all of those labor needs. Thank you.
Thank you for coming to council. We have another comment here. Yes, Mr. Stackloff.
Hit that. There you go. We must not be at the same shopping center when we go up there, because I really see it. But I don't want to go backwards, I want to go forward. One of the forward things that's been missing is the upgrade of Norton Road all the way down to 271. I'm sorry? Route 8, I'm sorry. Down to Route 8. It's not part of this, but it is a critical point. It's within the 3-mile radius of the shopping center, and it's really not been touched. Even when the interstate came through and they have a exit there, exit and egress, notwithstanding, the road is still the same condition it was when that first opened up. And the city is hindered by its relationship with Hudson, because apparently they always have to agree with what goes on. Hopefully, and I believe that is a very critical part of being able to fully realize the, when I say that, I'm talking about the highway, the Norton Road improvements down to Seasons Road. I do believe this is an opportunity to see some major improvements, major benefits to the city of Stow and to the community, not only the city of Stow, but of course Hudson Township also is within that 3-mile radius. And I think that with the good faith on part of everyone and their performance, the plaza has in fact over the years, but we gave up Giant Eagle so they would stay in town. And that is the origin of a lot of restrictions as to who can come into the shopping center. Now, quality restaurants are not excluded, and we look forward to having some combination restaurants and bars that would tie into the amphitheater. I do wish, I do ask, I do hope that this council does approve the amphitheater as it's presently conceived, and look forward to its opening a couple years from now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stackloff. Any other comments for the planning committee? Yes.
Hi. Stephanie McConnell, 4984 Bar Harbor Lane, which runs parallel to Sowell Road. The condominiums there in Rockport Colony are going to have a really good view and really good access to the amphitheater should it be built. Bar Harbor Lane there runs directly behind the Giant Eagle. We already have noise and light issues from the Giant Eagle, from traffic from the Giant Eagle, from deliveries to the Giant Eagle. The Giant Eagle parking lot lights are on 24/7. Does the city of Stow plan on mitigating any of the issues that the amphitheater will increase as far as noise and light? How is the lighting for the amphitheater going to be handled? How is it going to be impacting the area? And how is, I understand that you guys are going to be working with Audio Technica on the noise. The condominiums are only a few hundred yards away from this location. How is Audio Technica going to guarantee that the sound only goes south and doesn't, with the way our Northeast Ohio weather and winds are, everything generally blows west to east. That noise is going to come our direction. I can't say anything for the folks north of the amphitheater, but I can imagine they're going to have some noise disturbance as well. Currently, the land behind the Giant Eagle slopes upward to create a hill, and there's a berm of trees back there that is supposed to reduce noise and light disturbance for us. They have not been doing a good job taking care of this. A good portion of the trees are missing, and the lighting from that parking lot already shines onto Sowell Road. You're going to be adding more traffic, you're going to be adding more light, you're going to be adding more noise that already disturbs the next year or to 2 years. So what has been provided for us by our HOA is going to be removed. The protection that we currently have is going to be gone. The way they're replacing everything right now is with very short arborvitae. They plan to do that all along Sowell. My other question regarding this is related to the hike and bike trail. I know you guys want to add a couple of spurs to that. The hike and bike trail is not lighted. Okay, when the sun goes down, and I know the plan for concerts is that they're going to be ending around 9 p.m. A good majority of the year, the sun's going to be down before your concerts are over or before some of your other events are over. People using the hike and bike trail to get to and from these are not going to have lighted access. And what is the liability going to be for the city of Stow, or is it going to be on the Summit Metro Parks for people using this as a DORA, potentially consuming alcoholic beverages, and then walking on the hike and bike trail? So these are some of the issues that I think the city needs to consider in dealing with this amphitheater. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Would anyone from the administration like to respond? Seeing none, any further comments at this time?
I was going to say,
yeah, Mr. Cowan?
Sorry, I can add on. This is the first time hearing any issues about lighting in the area. We can look into that in the Giant Eagle site and their landscaping, see what they committed to try to alleviate that. And for the audio, there are mechanisms to reduce the audio coming onto adjacent properties that we're working with Audio Technica to make sure that we get right. There's going to be some residual sound coming throughout the area, but we're going to be doing our best to limit that as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cowan. Mr. Sackloff.
Jeffrey Sackloff, 3681 South Green Road, Beechwood, Ohio. So I just wanted to address you had asked a question about the facade and what our plans are for that. We've over the years, have experience in renovating shopping center facades, and we've just really started the process with this project. We are engaging Solday Harris Architects, which is the same group that's doing the amphitheater, and we have some very preliminary drawings, and we're working with them on exactly how we're going to incorporate an upgrade to the facade on the shopping center. I can't give you an exact timeline yet, but it's something that this is a project that has been going step by step. Getting the REA completed is a huge first step, a huge step, because before we get that done, it really complicates everything else that we do. So we're really anxious to get that completed, and we are at the same time moving forward on the contract with the city, hopefully, and the operations agreement and design and plans for the actual facade renovation. So it's something that we are working on pretty much every day. At some point during the day, we have someone working on that. So it's something that we're committed to doing.
Thank you, Mr. Sackloff. Any further comments for Planning Committee? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
We are adjourned.
Mr. Bernard, I think we're going to change the order and let Mr. Pravanik go. just before you get rolling. Right.
Long time. Brian is involved a lot with the different VFW functions and so forth that occur over there. And both him and his wife are really true Stowites that really want to see what's best for our city. With that being said, though, we have a special member here today. You want to come on up? Come on up. And I always look at this saying, first of all, like I said, it is great. It always, like I said, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. And with Christian, it sure doesn't. And I was notified that Christian goes around the neighborhood and helps his neighbors after trash day. And if you can see up there, he works in conjunction with our trash men up there. And you can see at the bottom lower left of him wheeling them back, right? And I see you're officially dressed this evening, right? And you got that right from the Kimball guy, I understand, right? So anyways, it's some excellent things, and it started at a very young age, if you see at the bottom there, of helping people And the community really appreciates that. And I've known Mrs. Spiker for a long time, and I'm telling you, she is a great lady, and she is very impressed also too by what you do, and all your neighbors are. And I hope by doing these recognitions that I can have other young people such as yourself do things like this, because it is special. You are what make the city of Stow special. So, first of all, to make it official, we have a certificate of recognition presented to you, Christian Roberts, for the city of Stow is proud of you for helping your neighbors each week with your trash cans, okay? So that's that, but here's some fun stuff, okay? I'm gonna let you have, we'll do this in a minute. Inside here, and what grade are you in, Christian?
I'm gonna be in kindergarten soon.
You're going to be in kindergarten. Well, very good. So you're going to be able to really sport some neat gear, some gear to go ahead and go to school, because you can put stuff in there and wear it on your back, okay? With that being said, also too, what's special is we have a Kindness is Contagious Award, and this, your mom or dad can take you to Young's over here in Stow, and you can pick up some Stow spirit wear, like a shirt from Stow and so forth like that. You can probably wear around our city. And also too, to tie in with your Kimball outfit, you can wear this underneath of it, which ties in to our team up to clean up Stow. So you have an official Stow shirt to wear underneath that Kimball shirt, okay? So again, we have really complete admiration for you. I really appreciate it. You want to show the council what you have when you came in, you were explaining it to me? Come on over. Go ahead and explain to them what you have.
I have some trash cans.
What's in those trash cans?
More trash.
An assortment of trash cans. So, again, it's really cool. We really appreciate that. And like I said, I really look forward to seeing you around our city. And do you have any words for the public of what you'd like to see? No? Good. Okay. Are you ready for school? Okay. So with that, I want you to go ahead. Here's your gifts. And I want you to proudly display this at home. Okay, because it's very important, because this is something that nobody else does for us, and I sincerely, sincerely mean that. So thank you very much. Good luck in your kindergarten year and being a bulldog. In fact, we have somebody here, here sitting in the audience who actually works for the schools, and you'll see Mr. Treen around. So again, say hi to him when you see him, and again, I wish you nothing but best of luck in your future years here in the city of Stow, okay? Thank you. I'm going to sign this real quick. Thank you. Well, okay, one more.
Thank you.
Does anybody on city council want to?
Mr.
100 degrees, Phil? I don't need that.
Yeah, you do, because it has to go on record, that's the problem.
Last Tuesday, I think it was last Tuesday, it was like about 100 degrees, feel-like temperature. Christian went over 35 houses, and he has never once in his life been asked to do this. This is something that he's done on his own since he's been little. I get home from work and it's, Dad, let's go, let's go, let's go. I'm like, give me a minute to change into shorts. You know, but
I see you don't have one of these vests.
I'm not that lucky.
You have another one, you have two? Okay.
Lastly, him and the trash, his name's Colin, they're pretty close together. They exchange Christmas presents. Kristen draws pictures and gives them treats every week, so. I want to thank Kimball as well.
Christian, we are very proud of you. That is a tremendous act of service, and I'd love you to come out by my house, because I can't stand on Monday morning going and getting them and taking them up. So thank you so much. Let me let some other council members. Mr. Baranek.
Thank you.
I just say that probably this gentleman here is going to be sitting back here one day and not have to worry about doing that, but being able to help the public from these seats. Because, you know, that's how you sort of get started in everything, is start with little things and move up. And I know, as being in my ward, that he does a very, you know, he does definitely do a fine job. And I think that, you know, in the future, we can see you sitting back here and actually putting through legislation that will help the community. Looking forward to it.
Anybody else? Yes, Mr. McIntyre.
Thank you, Christian. Great job. You know, I know your dad personally, and he'll appreciate this. You know, from serving in the military, I served in the military. Service to others should be selfless, and this is clearly selfless service in action. So, congratulations. Your neighbors should be proud to live next door to you and have you at their disposal should they need something. I'm sure you would answer the call. So, great job. Congratulations, and have a great school year. You're welcome.
Anybody else? Christian, thank you. Brian, thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you for obliging us on that, and like I said, that was a highlight of this evening. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, in 5 years, I think it's my favorite proclamation. Yes, Mr. Baranack, go ahead.
I'd like to call the order of the Finance Committee for this evening and have the clerk call roll.
Baranack.
Here.
Feldman.
Here.
Herman.
Here.
McIntyre.
Here.
Okay, I'd like to move on to the next item, which is approval of minutes. We have the minutes of June 26th.
I move to approve the minutes for June 26th.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Yes.
Against, abstentions, those pass. I have the minutes from the July 10th meeting.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve. All those in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Against, abstentions, that one passes. Move on to the next item, and we have the Finance Director's report tonight, given by Deputy Finance Director Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. Baranack. As you can see, Mr. Toppin was not available tonight. However, he wanted me to mention that the Finance Department will have legislation related to the water rate study coming forward on the September 11th meeting. We do anticipate having a representative from Raptelis there to present a PowerPoint presentation and to answer any questions for the committee members or council members on their findings. Mr. Toppin will be back next week, so if you have any questions, feel free to ask when he's back.
Do we have any questions for, yes, Mr. McIntyre?
With Raptelis possibly coming in, could we, council, get a copy of whatever it is that they're going to present ahead of time so that we can be prepared with any questions we may have?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll move on to our business items. First item, Mr. Cowan.
Thank you. This item is for a new TIF district for AMF Bruins, which is the 40,000 square foot facility being built on Campus Drive. Property investment is approximately $5.7 million, so we'll be able to capture some of those funds under this TIF ordinance, and this will keep the schools and library whole. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Collins? Seeing none, do I have a motion to move this on the council agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Yes.
Against, abstentions, that is on council agenda. Mr. Brooker.
Thank you, Mr. Baranack. The next item is an authorization to purchase a Kubota front-end loader for the golf course. Once the purchase is made, the old front-end loader will be sent to the auction for disposal. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Brooker? Mr. McIntyre.
Mr. Brooker, is it, I know you're saying, is it a true front-end loader, or is it, it's a backhoe, really, isn't it?
Well, no, it's a front-end loader, but it's not like what the street department uses. It's a much smaller front-end loader. It'd be used for, working on the greens and that kind of thing.
But it has a hoe on the back that it can do other work for as well, it says in
This
the
one, I
memo?
do not believe it does. I believe this one just has the front bucket.
It doesn't?
But there's possibility it does. Mr. Wren was working with the golf course superintendent on this, and unfortunately, he couldn't be here tonight, so I didn't get to research it too much.
Okay, I mean, it says a backhoe attachment in the memo, so that's why I was
Okay,
asking.
so then it is included. All right, yeah. Again, with Mr. Wren unfortunately not being able to be here tonight, I got this right the last minute.
Just for clarity, it's not like the large front-end loader you use to load salt trucks?
No, it's not like ours.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Feldman?
Thank you, Mr. Baronic. Real quick, Mr. Booker, we're getting a trade-in on the old one, right? So we're really we're not paying 48 grand for this.
Right, the old
12 to
one.
14 about on the old one?
The old one will be going to the auction, and we're anticipating anywhere from $14,000 to $18,000 at the auction. They're bringing real good money right now, which will go right back into the general fund.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, do I have a motion to move this on to council agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Yes.
Against? Abstentions? That one is on council agenda. Mr. Cowan?
Thank you. This is another TIF ordinance for the new Hudson Reserve that's being constructed. Approximate investment is $5.75 million. So again, just another TIF that will keep these schools and library whole. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Cowan? Seeing none, do I have a motion to move this on to council?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Yes.
Against? Abstentions? That moves on to council agenda. Mr. Brooker?
Thank you, Mr. Baronic. I think Mr. Collins is going to take this.
Yeah. Thank you. This is for the city center sign that was recently approved by council to go in the front of the property here at the corner. This is to purchase the sign, which is $140,000.
Any questions for Mr. Collins? Seeing none, do I have a motion to move this on to council?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Yes.
Against? Abstentions? That moves on to council agenda. Mr. Brooker?
Thank you, Mr. Baronic. The next one is authorizing the Public Service Director to go out for bids, to solicit bids for the rebuild project for the Heritage House.
Do any have any questions for Mr. Brooker? Mr. Feldman?
Thank you, Mr. Baronic. Just a quick comment. We want to thank the Historical Society for their patience. Finally glad to see this getting done. So I think, Mr. Baronic, you're part of the Historical Society, and I so thank you for your patience.
Yes, and I'll be abstaining from this. Okay, any further questions? Seeing none, do I have a motion to move this on to council agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Yes.
Noes? I abstain. That will get moved on to council agenda. Mr. Brooker?
Thank you, Mr. Baronic. This is to amend the ordinance to increase the expenditures for Reftelis Financial Consultants for the study. And I was also told to let you know, as Ms. Wagner let you know, that we'll be looking forward to the results in September.
Any questions for Mr. Brooker? Seeing none, do I have a motion to move this on to council?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Yes.
Abstention, noes? Any abstentions? That one gets moved on the council agenda. Mr. Cowan?
Thank you. This is another TIF ordinance. This one is for Huntington Bank that is being constructed on Kent Road. This one is for a $2.64 million property investment, and again, keeps the school and library whole. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Cowan on this one? Seeing none, do I have a motion to move this on to council agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Yes.
Against? Abstentions? That gets on the council agenda this evening. Mr. Cowan?
Thank you. Last one, another TIF ordinance for Suncrest Gardens. This is at the, being constructed at the south end of Scarlet Lane, $3.5 million investment, and keeps these schools and library whole. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Cowan on this one? Seeing none, do I have a motion to move this on to council?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Yes.
No? Any abstentions? Nope. That goes on to council agenda. Mr. Brooker?
Thank you, Mr. Baronic. This will just be for the authorization for the Director of Public Service to advertise and accept bids on behalf of the amphitheater project.
Any questions from Mr. Brooker? Seeing none, do I have a motion to move this on to council agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Yes.
Against? Abstentions? That is on council agenda. Chief Film?
Thank you, Mr. Baronic. We're seeking authorization for the expenditure of $28,653.47 for Skydio Inc., and this is for a drone to be used by the police department. In 2024, we actually ordered a drone under the original PO and the drone never came. And then there was, it's been stuck in another country for a long time. We were able to cancel that drone. However, we decided, once we did additional research, that we were going to buy a drone made in the United States. With that came double the cost. So currently under the original PO, there's just shy of $14,000. We also obtained a grant from Walmart for $5,000. And then this year, we were successful in getting another grant to pay for our body camera, camera software and the use of our body cameras. And that's just over $48,000. So there's actually no additional expense that's going to be out of the capital budget. This was not part of our capital budget this year because we intended to purchase it last year. However, once we came to the realization that that drone was not available, and we are buying one from the United States now at no additional cost out of our budget because we're using grant money. But I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Chief Hull? Seeing none, do I have a motion to move this on the council agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Any no, any abstentions? None. That will get moved on to council agenda. This is a part of the meeting where we ask for public comment. If you have public comment for the Finance Committee, please step up to the microphone and state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes to talk. Seeing none, do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Yes.
Against, abstentions? We are adjourned.
We're good. All right, let me get on committee roll. I'd like to call to order the Committee of the Whole meeting of August 7th, 2025 at 7:33 PM. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Feldman,
Here.
Reel,
Present.
Coffee. Here. Baranek,
Here.
McIntyre,
Here.
Herman.
Here.
Did you get Fiona?
You call me?
Yoka.
You're here.
I am here.
Gotcha, Councilman Fielka. All right, before we move on to the minutes, I want to thank Vice President Reel. He covered last, I think it was July 10th. I appreciate, I read through the minutes, and the solicitation discussion was good, and you kept a lot of stuff on track with zoning code and charter review, so thank you for that. And then, of course, the Deputy Finance Director position, so a lot of work got done, so thank you for your vice presidency there. Do we have a motion to approve the minutes from June 26th?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed? Those minutes stand approved. Do we have a motion to approve the minutes from July 10th?
Move to approve as circulated.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed? Those minutes are approved. Next item on the agenda, consideration of business item is ordinance 2025-157.
Point of order, there's the law director's report.
Oh, thank you, Mr. McIntyre. Law Director's report. Sorry, Mr. Hooten, I
You're
skipped
good,
over
you're
that.
good. All right, so first, Drew does apologize for not being able to be here tonight. He had death in the family early this morning, so he is taking care of far more important business than city council. Second, coming up next month, September 18th, at the Senior Center, the Law Department, in conjunction with the Summit County Probate Court, will be putting on a Probate 101 for our seniors and anyone else who would like to sign up. We'll be covering wills, trusts, and estates, and any other questions that may come up there. This is in the same series as our scamming presentations, which have been tremendously well attended, so we anticipate this one's going to fill up fast. So if you are interested, definitely sign up as soon as the sign up is available. And finally, we are here today, finally voting on the charter review amendments. We've got several of our members from charter review, Ms. Arch, Mr. Mariola, Mr. Campbell, and Mr. Charles. Law Department was involved answering all their really good questions over the course of the first 6 months of the year, putting together some math. They met for over 20 hours, over about 13 meetings. The kind of work they were doing is public service at its finest. You know, they're not paid. They're here trying to make the city better, and glad to have them here and really thankful for their work. Happy to take any questions.
Questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Hooten. Appreciate that. I apologize for skipping over item number 4 on the agenda. Item 5, ordinance 2025-157. Who is speaking? Mrs. Narstead, is that you? Can you give us a little background and then we'll move along?
Yeah, I apologize for the late email this afternoon. I was rocking my schedule before I went on vacation and got everything done But anyway, as part of the 25 operational budget, funding was appropriated for this position, communication specialist, public information officer within the administration. And I'm asking for council's approval to create the position so we can move forward with advertising, interviewing, and onboarding a qualified candidate before the end of the year. This permanent part-time position is proposed at grade 6. Will be responsible for developing and implementing communication strategies, plans, and policies to enhance our internal and external communications. They will act as a liaison between city administration and the community. The key responsibilities: overseeing and directing marketing and branding efforts, managing media and community relations, supporting internal communications across departments, and enhancing public outreach and information sharing initiatives. It'll work under the this position will be under the direction of me, the Parks and Rec Director, but it will support broader city communication efforts. I'd be happy to answer any questions from there.
Thank you, Mrs. Narstead. Permanent part-time, so flexible hours, I would assume, right?
I would look at it to be 25 hours a week.
Okay, great. Questions for Mrs. Narstead? Seeing none, do I have a motion to move ordinance 2025-157 onto tonight's council agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed? That will appear on tonight's council agenda. Next item, I believe that is you, again, Mrs. Narstead, correct?
That's right. I'm requesting council confirmation to create and appoint. First, create the position of a permanent part-time position of recreation aide. We are in a situation, as you all know, the acquisition and growth of the community and senior center has significantly increased our staffing needs. And we have a seasonal employee who typically was working, 8 to 10 hours on an as-needed basis. And since we have gone to a more in-depth schedule and in-depth programming at the center, this person is now working between 18 and 20 hours per week. And that we're at the point where they're not a seasonal any longer. And so I'm asking that the position of recreation aide be created so that we can move this person into that position.
Thank you, Mrs. Narstead. Questions for Mrs. Narstead? Seeing none, we have a motion to move ordinance 2025-166 onto tonight's council agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed? That will appear on tonight's council agenda. Next item on the agenda is I would like to make a motion that we recess to executive session. Oh, did I skip one? Oh, I skipped one. Thank you, Mrs. Mottram. Do we have a motion to direct the clerk to send the notice to the Ohio Division of Liquor Control indicating no request for a hearing?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed? That motion passes. Thank you. Next item is I'd like to make a motion that we recess to executive session for the appointment, compensation of a public employee, 121.22G14, and the purchase or sale of property, 121.22G2. Do I have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Coffee? Yes. Baranek? McIntyre? Rio?
Yes.
Yes.
Gioka? Feldman?
Yes.
Herman?
Yes.
We are now in executive session. Executive session where we discussed the appointment and compensation of a public employee, 121.22 G14, and we discussed the purchase or sale of property, 121.22 G2. We had 5 items that came out of executive session. I would like to introduce ordinance 2025-171 and ask the clerk to please read it by its title.
Ordinance number 2025-171, an ordinance confirming the mayor's appointment of Cynthia Cloud as recreation aide of the Parks and Recreation Department of the City of Stow, establishing compensation for said appointee and declaring an emergency.
Do we have a motion to move that on to new business?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed? That will appear on new business. I'd like to introduce ordinance 2025-172 and ask the clerk to please read it by its title.
2025, ordinance 2025-172, an ordinance confirming the mayor's appointment of Jeff Nabrowski as landscape arborist of the Urban Forestry Department of the City of Stow, establishing compensation for said appointee and declaring an emergency.
Do we have a motion to move this onto tonight's council agenda under new business?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes. Yes.
Opposed? That will appear on tonight's council agenda. I'd like to introduce ordinance 2025-173 and ask the clerk to please read it by its title.
Ordinance number 2025-173, an ordinance confirming the mayor's appointment of Oneta Caldwell as custodian for the City of Stow, establishing compensation for said appointee and declaring an emergency.
Do we have a motion to move this onto tonight's council agenda under new business?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed? That will appear on tonight's council agenda. I'd like to introduce ordinance 2025-174 and ask the clerk to please read it by its title.
Ordinance number 2025-174, an ordinance confirming the city council's appointment of Lisa McConigal as deputy clerk of council of the City of Stow, establishing a compensation for said appointee and declaring an emergency.
Do we have a motion to move this onto tonight's new business under the council agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed? That will appear on tonight's council agenda. I'd like to introduce ordinance 2025-175 and ask the clerk to please read it by its title.
Ordinance number 2025-175, an ordinance authorizing the mayor to make and enter into a purchase agreement and related documents on behalf of the City of Stow with Stow Hudson Investment Company and Stow Hudson Investment Co. 2 for the purpose of purchasing approximately 4 acres of land located on the northeast corner of 1664 through 1672 Norton Road in the City of Stow, Ohio, and identified by Summit County Auditor as parcel number 56-19846 and the northeast section of parcel number 56-19845 and declare an emergency.
Do we have a motion to move this onto tonight's new business under the council agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed? That will appear on tonight's council agenda. Now comes the point in the meeting where we ask for comments from the audience. Should you wish to make any comments, please raise your hand and be recognized by the president of the council. Seeing none, do we have a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
We are adjourned. Good. Want to try and fix it now? You okay? I would like to call to order the regular city council meeting of August 7th, 2025 at 8:42 PM. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Coffee? Here. Baranek? Here. McIntyre?
Here.
Reel?
Present.
Fiocco?
Here.
Feldman?
Here.
Herman?
Here.
Next on the agenda is a prayer and pledge of allegiance. I'd like to recognize Ward 1 Councilman Matt Reel and thank him for covering me July 10th and excusing my absence. So, Mr. Reel.
You are very welcome, Mr. President. Lord, we come before you tonight as stewards of the city. We ask for your divine guidance and wisdom as we work together to make decisions that will shape Stow's future. Grant us the clarity to see the needs of our residents. Help us to listen with open hearts and open minds, setting aside personal agendas for the greater good of our city. Inspire us to work together in the spirit of unity and cooperation. May our debates be respectful and our decisions just, with our decisions being a testament to our commitment to public service. Bless our first responders, our residents, city employees, and every other person who contributes to the vibrancy of the city of Stow. May your grace fill this chamber, and may all that we do here bring honor to you and prosperity to the people that we serve. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Reel. Appreciate that prayer. Next item on the agenda, Mayor Probonic, thank you so much for the proclamation for Christian Roberts. Once again, that was outstanding, and
it was cool.
He's a cool young man, and we're excited for the things he's doing in his neighborhood, that's for sure. Next item on the agenda is the approval of minutes from the July 10th, 2025 meeting.
Move to approve as circulated.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed? Those minutes are approved. Public comment period. Now comes the time in the meeting where we ask for comments from the audience. Should you wish to make any comments, please raise your hand and be recognized by the president of council. Yes, ma'am. Please provide your name and address for benefit of the clerk, and your comments will become part of the permanent record. You will have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Cynthia Curtin, and I'm the new judge of the Stow.
Excuse me, we'll start your time. You got to hit the green button there. And there you go. You can start over.
Okay. One more time. My name is Cynthia Curtin. I'm the new judge at the Stow Municipal Court. I wanted to stop in and introduce myself, and I'm thankful for the opportunity to do that. I was appointed by the governor right after Memorial Day. I've been on the bench since middle of June. We are keeping the bench fast and furious, and everything is moving very smoothly. I have 35 years of experience in litigation to bring to the bench. That experience included jury trials, mediation, negotiation, motion practice, appellate practice, and arbitration. And speaking of arbitration, it's very similar to what I do now. I've conducted arbitration hearings, and now I listen to both sides and make a decision. So it's very similar work. I have represented individuals, small businesses, large corporations, national retailers, national insurance companies. I have handled matters that involved premises liability, products liability, property damage, contract analysis, coverage analysis, estates and probate matters, construction, zoning, and that's all that comes to mind over 3 decades. I'm sure I'm forgetting something. I have owned and maintained and managed my own law firm. It was a woman-owned law firm and a woman-owned business, both certified. I was very proud of those certifications. I am also served as secondary national coordinating counsel, where I worked with lawyers from around the country on matters in state courts and federal courts, representing a national retailer. So I've had that broad experience as well. I'm licensed to practice in the state of Ohio. I've been to many of the county courts, the municipal courts, Northern District Court of the Northern District of Ohio, the District Court for the Southern District of Ohio, and the Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals, the 8th and 9th District State Court of Appeals. I have 30 seconds left. So anyway, I am settling into the job. I apologize, it's kind of late for me to be rattling on, but I am settling into the job. I'm working with the prosecutors and the defense counsel. We're keeping the docket moving, and I have my bailiff here. I'd like to introduce Dawn. She's with me from the court, and so I'm very excited to be here. I should mention that I am running in November for a new term. Be certain, vote curtain. But really, I just wanted to introduce myself so you can put a name to the face of your judge, and I appreciate your time and your consideration. So, thank you.
Thank you, Judge Curtin. Appreciate that. Anyone else? Yes, sir. Mr. Charles.
Excuse me, Rick Charles, 3447 Saratoga Boulevard. Thank you, Mr. President and Council, for allowing me to take a few minutes to talk about the 2025 Charter Review Commission. As you know, the commission is appointed every 5 years and consists of 7 citizens appointed by the mayor and approved by you guys, the council. I'm here, and there's 3 others of the commission here representing also. We held our first meeting on February 12th and ended our proceedings on June 2nd, where we voted on our final recommendations to be sent to council. We held 13 meetings, including 2 town halls and an open meeting for council. We reviewed every article, paragraph, sentence, and word of the charter and discussed and debated a variety of changes. We also listened to and discussed the input received from many citizens of Stow that spoke during our meetings. We have submitted 9 recommendations of changes to our charter for your consideration. These amendments were well thought out, discussed, and voted upon by the commission, and all 9 were created with the goal of making our city a more efficient operation. I'd like to take a minute and discuss a few of the proposals and why I think they are important to our city government. Amendments 104, 109, and 110 are recommendations to update the language of how an acting mayor, an acting finance director, and acting law director are appointed in the case that the mayor, the finance director, or law director are incapacitated and temporarily unable to serve. Currently, the provisions for mayor is confusing, and there is no procedure for the appointment of an acting finance director or acting law director in this situation. I believe this is a big hole in the charter, and that would effectively shut down the city government if one of those officials is left offices is left unfulfilled during, for example, a medical emergency. Amendment 132 is a recommendation to increase the number of terms the finance director and law director can serve from 2 to 3. I believe this small change can help the city to continue to attract qualified people to run this position when the possibility of being able to serve for a longer period of time. Amendments 133 and 134 will increase the number of wards in our city from 4 to 6 and extend the length of term from 2 years to 4 years and stagger those terms. Our city has grown over the years, and moving to 6 wards will allow for better representation of our citizens. Creating staggered terms and increasing the number of years will create consistency across council and provide experienced council members to every new council. These recommendations are in line with communities in our area and in line with communities similar in size in the state of Ohio. Amendment 135 will allow ranked choice voting for our local elections. I believe ranked choice voting is a better system, especially for communities with nonpartisan elections and representation. Ranked choice voting will prevent someone from being elected that truly does not have a majority of votes. I encourage you all to move these pieces of legislation forward and allow the voters of Stow to make the decisions as to whether they want these changes or not. I know my time's up. I thank you for your considerations. And one last thing, I would like to thank our law department Drew, Steve, and Hannah, they did a phenomenal job through the whole process. They answered our questions, and they did research for us, and they helped us with writing the legislation. So just a shout out to them. They did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Charles. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Dennis Campbell, 4057 Bishopsgate Circle, Stow, Ohio. I had the wonderful opportunity to chair the Charter Review Commission, and it was a highlight of my time working in public service in a variety of roles. I really appreciated the team that I got to work with, but also the thoughtfulness that we put into it. I want to highlight some of those specific areas again. The acting roles, really, we put those forth because they close loopholes and potential challenges that we believe can grind the city to a halt in doing business under certain circumstances. So our goal was to make sure it is efficient and protect the city. The other one I really want to highlight is the ward, the number of wards. We have the largest wards currently outside of Akron in Summit County. And that is an important piece to note, because even if we expanded to 6 wards, we would still be one of the top 5 largest wards. As our community continues to grow, it's really important that we make sure there's good representation. Also, the offsetting of terms is really important, especially with the expansion to 4-year and doing that offset, so that way there isn't a massive turnover in potential turnover in council at one time. We heard actually from one of our great community members, who's actually the fire chief in Kent, and how simple 2-year terms would challenge him in his work to make sure he was doing strategic planning. And so it was really important that we heard from a variety of folks, especially around those topics, and those are areas that I think are really, really important that I hope you address and continue to move forward to have some additional conversation, but also to make sure that our voters get a chance to do that. We were trying to be as efficient and thoughtful in our process. We finished way ahead of schedule, which was one of our goals, to make sure there was plenty of time to review, to support, to fact find. And we wanted to be as expedient and honest in that process as possible. And we know the historical references of the Charter Review Commissions in the past have not always met those kind of guidelines. And so we wanted to make sure we followed it, we did the thoughtful processes, and then we also talked to a lot of people, including holding those multiple town halls. We had good engagement, and also inviting council to meet with us. So thank you for your work, and I hope you understand the effort that we put into it and where we care about our community. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Appreciate those comments and appreciate you chairing that committee. I had the opportunity to attend a couple of them, and you did a very nice job. Any others, comments? Seeing none, we'll move along to the mayor's report. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Feldman. Well, all you have to do is look up into the sky, and we finally have the city of Stow recognized on our water tower. After that's been 25 years, that water tower that was put in place. The only reason why that wasn't painted before is the EPA dictates that we have to paint our water tower every 25 years. So it was time to paint it both inside and out. And so we said, why not go ahead and get our proud city logo up on there? So again, it's a great thing to see, so make sure you check it out. And not far from there, we have local artist Liz Johnson. Make sure you check this out over at our Skip Playground. She did a 2D print there that we're going to put in sticker format. And it really reminds me, and I said that on Facebook, of anybody who remembers the Mary Poppins movie with Dick Van Dyke and so forth like that. It's really a cool thing, so make sure you check it out. And what's really even neater is that it's a local artist right here in our city of Stow. Coming up this weekend, we have Stuff the Bus, which is, I think, on its 6th year. It will be at Mark's across the street here in Giant Eagle on 59. It's to collect school supplies for our students and our teachers so they can use it throughout the year. So again, the city of Stow, as I've always said, is always very generous. And it's usually somewhere in the area of between $14,000 and $16,000 that is actually collected within I want to say 10 hours time between the 2 days, and it all goes back to our kids and our teachers. So it's Stuff the Bus, 8 to 2:30 on Friday, tomorrow, and Saturday. And if you can't make it there, you can drop it off here at City Hall, and we'll be more than happy to send it on its way there. Next up, you'll be getting a postcard in the mail, just like you have 2 other times, from our Helping Hands, Stow Helping Hands. This year here at the Stow Summer Sunset Blast, we're doing Stuff the Dump Truck. And there's going to be a list of items that you can go ahead. This will go to our Stow Bulldog bags, Stow Monroe Falls Bulldog bags, and also to some of our food pantries right here located in the city of Stow. So we've listened to a lot of our ministers and so forth that have these food pantries and different ones, and there truly is a need. So make sure that you keep an eye out for that postcard, and again, that will be something we'll be doing this year as an addition to our Summer Sunset Blast. I want to commend both Chief Film and Chief Stone for the phenomenal National Night Out. It was a great program. Everybody had a great time. It was beautiful weather, and I would put our National Night Out against anybody in our nation because it was a very nice one. That being said, I'm going to put, and she's not paying attention, Ms. Narstead on the scene for 2 things that are coming up. And I think why I'm putting her on the scene with this is if you could explain what's going to go on tomorrow night with our concert on Green, because it's a little bit different, and also to our pop-up in the park.
Sure. Tomorrow night, we have a concert on the Green right here on the City Center complex, and it will be a little bit different than the concerts that we've had over the last few years. This one is geared towards kids, and we have a group called the Shazbots that will be performing. We'll have other activities along with it, so bring the kids, bring the grandkids, and come on out tomorrow night. We do have food trucks. I don't have the list in front of me of who they are, but I'm sure they're great. There will be ice cream, and that is from 6 to 7:30 p.m. tomorrow. And we have moved the tent from where it normally is for our concerts, so it's a little bit more by skip, so you can play on the playground and enjoy the music as well. And then next Tuesday, we will have our final pop-up in the park of this season, and it will be at Oregon Trail Park, more by Kids Station, so come on down. That'll be from 6 to 7:30 as well. We will have ice cream there as well. You can get a free ticket to get your ice cream, so come on out and enjoy various city booths with lots of little tchotchkes to take home and make useful.
Thank you, Linda. With that, I'll conclude my report, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mayor Probanik. Questions for the mayor? Seeing none, we'll look forward to those upcoming events, Stuff the Bus and the pop-up in the park. Thank you, Ms. Narstead, for your work on that. Any old business to come before council? Seeing none, before we get to new business, I'd like to make one agenda adjustment. I'd like to take item AK, Mrs. Mottram, item AK, ordinance 2025-166, and move it to the top of the agenda, to the first item. So, you okay? So I'd like to introduce ordinance 2025-166 and ask the clerk to please read it by its title.
2025-166, an ordinance amending Chapter 115 COS entitled Personnel Policies, Procedures, and Payroll and declare an emergency.
Do we have a motion to suspend the rules?
Move to suspend the rules.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying yes.
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 Opposed? The rules are suspended.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Any discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Coffee?
Yes.
Baranek?
Yes.
McIntyre?
Yes.
Reel?
Yes.
Pioka?
Yes.
Feldman?
Yes.
Herman?
Yes.
That ordinance passes and will take effect according to its terms. On to new business. Item A, I'd like to introduce ordinance 2025-171 and ask the clerk to please read it by its title.
Ordinance number 2025-171, an ordinance confirming the mayor's appointment of Cynthia Cloud as recreation aide of the Parks and Recreation Department of the City of Stow, establishing compensation for said appointee and declaring an emergency.
I move to suspend the rules.
Second.
Moved and seconded to suspend the rules. All those in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed? The rules are suspended.
Move to adopt. Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Any discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Coffee?
Yes.
Baranek?
Yes.
McIntyre?
Yes.
Reel?
Yes.
Fielka?
Yes.
Feldman?
Yes.
Herman?
Yes.
That ordinance passes and will take effect according to its terms. I'd like to introduce ordinance 2025-172 and ask the clerk to please read it by its title.
Ordinance number 2025-172, an ordinance confirming the mayor's appointment of Jeff Neporowski as landscape arborist of the Urban Forestry Department of the City of Stow, establishing compensation for said appointee and declaring an emergency.
I move to suspend the rules. Second.
Moved and seconded to suspend the rules. All those in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed? The rules are suspended.
I move to adopt. Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Any discussion? I will be abstaining on this ordinance. Jeff is an assistant ice hockey coach at Stow Monroe Falls High School and does an outstanding job. So I just wanted to make that note. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Coffee?
Yes.
Baranek?
Yes.
McIntyre?
Yes.
Reel?
Yes.
Fielka?
Yes.
Feldman?
Abstain.
Herman?
Yes.
That ordinance passes and will take effect according to its terms. I'd like to introduce ordinance 2025-173 and ask the clerk to please read it by its title.
Ordinance number 2025-173, an ordinance confirming the mayor's appointment of Anetta Caldwell as custodian for the City of Stow, establishing compensation for said appointee and declaring an emergency.
I move to suspend the rules. Second.
Moved and seconded to suspend the rules. All those in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed? The rules are suspended.
I move to adopt.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Any discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Coffee?
Yes.
Baranek?
Yes.
McIntyre?
Yes.
Reel?
Yes.
Fielka?
Yes.
Feldman?
Yes.
Herman?
Yes.
That ordinance passes and will take effect according to its terms. I'd like to introduce ordinance 2025-174 and ask the clerk to please read it by its title.
Ordinance number 2025-174, an ordinance confirming the city council's appointment of Lisa McGonigal as deputy clerk of council of the City of Stow, establishing compensation for said appointee and declaring an emergency.
I move to suspend the rules.
Second.
Moved and seconded to suspend the rules. All those in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed? The rules are suspended.
I move to adopt.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Any discussion? I'd just like to thank Mrs. Mottram for working by herself for a while here and trying to fit a vacation and everything else in. So glad to get you some help, and you did a great job. So thank you, and appreciate Mrs. McGonigal's patience in getting us on the agenda. So will the clerk please call the roll?
Coffee?
Yes.
Baranek?
Yes.
McIntyre?
Yes.
Reel?
Yes.
Fielka?
Yes.
Feldman?
Yes.
Herman?
Yes.
That ordinance passes and will take effect according to its terms. I'd like to introduce ordinance 2025-175 and ask the clerk to please read it by its title.
Ordinance number 2025-175, an ordinance authorizing the mayor to make and enter into a purchase agreement and related documents on behalf of the City of Stow with the Stow Hudson Investment Co. and Stow Hudson Investment Co. 2 for the purpose of purchasing approximately 4 acres of land located on the northeast corner of 1664 through 1672 Norton Road in the City of Stow, Ohio, and identified by Summit County Auditor as parcel number 56-19846 and the northeast section of parcel number 46-19846 2445 and declaring an emergency.
I move to suspend the rules.
Second. Moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed? The rules are suspended.
I move to adopt.
Second. Moved and seconded to adopt. Any discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Coffee?
Yes.
Baranek? Yes. McIntyre?
Yes.
Reel?
Yes.
Fioka?
Yes.
Spellman?
Yes.
Herman?
Yes.
That ordinance passes and will take effect according to its terms. On to disposition, that takes care of new business, disposition of ordinances and resolutions. I'd like to make a motion to remove from the table ordinance 2025-107.
Second.
Moved and seconded to remove from the table. Any discussion?
I said one thing.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to remove this from the table. If you recall, I was, I kind of, this had to slow down a little bit because the uncertainty of where this, with everything with the amphitheater and the original developer kind of changed, or kind of came to a really screeching halt. But obviously, in light of the new information that's been presented to this council today, obviously, to get this project off the ground, I'm fully supporting of this, pulling this off the table and getting this passed.
Thank you, Mr. McIntyre. Any other comments? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll? Yeah.
Coffee?
Yes.
Baranek? Yes. McIntyre?
Yes.
Reel?
Yes.
Fioka?
Yes.
Spellman? Herman?
Yes.
Third reading, so go ahead. So she does need to read it.
Okay. Yeah, I apologize. Mrs. Botram, could you read ordinance 2025-107? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ordinance number 2025-107, ordinance authorizing the mayor to make and enter into a contract with Sprungle Co. LLC DBA Secret Creative Org for professional services for the branding and promotional support of the Stow Amphitheater project without the necessity of public bids and declaring an emergency.
I'd like to make a motion to remove that ordinance from the table.
You already did. It's already off
Oh.
the table. I move to adopt.
Constitutes a third reading. We can, any discussion?
Yeah.
Any more discussion?
I move to adopt.
Second.
First and second, any more discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Coffee?
Yes.
Baranek? Yes. McIntyre?
Yes.
Reel?
Yes.
Fioka?
Yes.
Spellman?
Yes.
Herman?
Yes.
What's wrong with that?
What?
I don't think there's anything to withdraw.
Oh, no, yeah, you're right. Yeah, I'm good, thank you.
No problem. That has been adopted and takes effect according to its
Yes,
terms.
that's been adopted and take effect according to its terms. Thanks, everybody.
You're good.
All right, we are on third reading. Appreciate your patience in the audience. Charter review. I'm going to give a few ground rules as we move through this very quickly. Hopefully, we can take care of a little bit of time. We have 9 proposed charter amendments on their third reading. We want to thank the Charter Review for your detailed hard work. You all did an outstanding job. Mr. Mariola, Mr. Charles, Mr. Campbell is the chair, Mrs. Benzel, Mrs. Arch, Mrs. Stats, and Mrs. Jones. And you guys did great. And Mr. Riley, Mr. Hooten, thank you for your guidance through that. That's a once every 5-year deal. So, and Mrs. Morris, we've got to thank the executive assistant in the law department. So on the dispositions of ordinances in the third reading, these are items B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, and J. So to be respectful of everyone's time and work, we're going to do it this way. These are charter review amendments. So by charter 20.03, they have to be approved by 2/3 of council, so that's 5 of 7. Council submit to the electors all such proposed amendments to this charter in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution. So we need 5 of 7. Now, in council rules, we're going to maintain decorum. I don't think we're going to have a problem. It's already 9:10. But I don't want to get into a back and forth, so I'm going to enforce Rule 6.2. What that means is everybody's going to have one opportunity, right? And when you have one opportunity, we'd like you to be brief and clear. You can go up to 5 minutes, but I'd like you to be between the 3 to 5. So we'll introduce all of these. Basically, the summary is simple. We'll introduce, have discussion. You can pass or raise your hand and we'll call on you, and then we'll take a roll call vote where we need 5 of 7. So we'll move right along. I'd like to introduce ordinance 2025-104 and ask the clerk to please read it by its title.
Ordinance number 2025-104, an ordinance providing for a separate amendment to the charter of the city of Stow, Ohio, to be submitted to the electorate at the general election on November 4th, 2025, to amend section 3.06 to clarify the procedure of acting mayor and declaring an emergency.
Do we have a motion to adopt?
Move to adopt.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Discussion. Mrs. Coffey.
For this, I feel the current verbiage is sufficient. I feel like that if the mayor or any member of council acting as the mayor is unable to serve, council would designate a mayor by majority vote.
You're not out of time. You didn't get to 3. You're okay.
That's really all I have to say. Other than that, I just wanted to thank the Charter Review Committee because I watched a lot of your meetings and I saw the time that you put into it. And while I disagree on some of these, I think that you guys did an excellent job and I really appreciate the time that you invested.
Everybody good over here? Comments? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Coffee?
No.
Baranek?
Yes.
McIntyre?
No.
Reel?
No.
Fioka?
No.
Feldman?
Abstain.
Herman?
Yes.
4, 2, and 1 abstention. That ordinance does not pass. Next item, I'd like to introduce ordinance 2025-105 and ask the clerk to please read it by its title.
Ordinance number 2025-105, an ordinance providing for a separate amendment to the charter of the city of Stow, Ohio, to be submitted to the electorate at the general election on November 4th, 2025, to amend section 4.12 to reduce the number of public locations of a posting of public notices and including additional electronic medium posting requirements and declaring an emergency.
I move to adopt.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Discussion. I'll start on the right. Anybody over here? Discussion? Mr. Baranek, Mr. McIntyre? No? All right. Anybody over here? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Coffee?
Yes.
Baranek?
Yes.
McIntyre?
Yes.
Reel?
Yes.
Fioka?
Yes.
Feldman?
Yes.
Herman?
Yes.
That ordinance passes and will take effect according to its terms. Item D, I'd like to introduce ordinance 2025-106 and ask the clerk to please read it by its title.
Ordinance number 2025-106, an ordinance providing for a separate amendment to the charter of the city of Stow, Ohio, to be submitted to the electorate at the general election on November 4th, 2025, to amend Article 20 of the charter creating a date by which the Charter Review Commission shall be impaneled and moving the date by which the commission shall submit their recommendations to council and declaring an emergency.
I make a motion to adopt.
Second.
Moved and seconded. to adopt. Any discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Coffee?
Yes.
Baranek?
Yes.
McIntyre?
Yes.
Reel?
Yes.
Fielka?
Yes.
Feldman?
Yes.
Herman?
Yes.
That ordinance passes and will take effect according to its terms. I'd like to introduce ordinance 2025-109 and ask the clerk to please read it by its title.
Ordinance 2025-109, an ordinance providing for a separate amendment to the charter of the city of Stow to be submitted to the electorate at the general election on November 4th, 2025, to amend Article 6 of the charter, creating a provision for acting finance director and declaring an emergency.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Any discussion? Mrs. Coffey.
Again, on this one, I felt like the vacancy language was sufficient. And then looking at other cities, I felt like we would be covered in this instance, and I think our language is sufficient.
Any other comments? Mr. Herman.
I think this is a pretty clear case where we had a recent example where the language was not sufficient because our finance director was incapacitated by a medical emergency, and the staff had to go to his house in order to get things signed because we didn't have an acting individual clearly stated to be able to fill those responsibilities. So I see this as a very necessary change.
Anybody else? I'll just throw my 2 cents in. The deputy does not have the same legal authority, so I think it's a good change. Seeing none, seeing no more discussion, will the clerk please call the roll?
Coffee? Baranek?
Yes.
McIntyre?
No.
Reel?
Yes.
Fielka?
No.
Feldman?
Yes.
Herman?
Yes.
I got 4-3, so that ordinance does not pass. I'd like to introduce ordinance 2025-110 and ask the clerk to please read it by its title.
2025-110, an ordinance providing for a separate amendment to the charter of the city of Stow, Ohio, to be submitted to the electorate at the general election on November 4th, 2025, to amend Article 9 of the charter, creating a provision for an acting law director and declaring an emergency.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Any discussion? Yes, Mr. McIntyre.
Thank you. Just one thing, as far as our charter and is not silent on the vacancy, specifically the law director, I think, or the finance director. In fact, there's a second protection in there where I know it was put out earlier about potentially the city coming to a screeching halt. Under the same section of the charter for the law department, there's outside legal counsel. So the city has a means to bring on outside legal counsel in the event we needed legal advice, and just through that measure alone, in the event there wasn't an acting finance director at the time, based off of how the process goes through the vacancy under that section. So I think the charter is very clear on what to do in the event of a vacancy, and at the end of the day, council can hire outside legal counsel to provide legal services for the city as well.
Any other comments? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Coffee?
No.
Baranek?
Yes.
McIntyre?
No.
Reel?
Yes.
Fielka?
No.
Feldman?
Yes.
Herman?
Yes.
4-3. That ordinance does not pass, as we needed 5 votes. I'd like to introduce ordinance 2025-132 and ask the clerk to please read it by its title.
2025-132, an ordinance providing for a separate amendment to the charter of the city of Stow, Ohio, to submit to the electorate at the general election on November 4th, 2025, to amend Article 21 of the charter, changing the number of consecutive terms which the law director and finance director may serve, and declaring an emergency.
Move to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Any discussion? Mr. McIntyre.
Thank you, Mr. Feldman. I mean, if you look at the history of the voters in this city every 5 years, or even for that matter, when members of council put charter amendments up, term limits have been asked and answered, and they like the term limits that are in place for all elected officials. So the voters of this question for years has been asked and answered. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McIntyre. Other comments? Mrs. Coffey.
Just a comment. I do understand why this was brought up. I think these are highly specialized positions, law and finance, and so if someone is leaving their firm or practice for a finite period of time, you know, I think that that could be problematic. And then I look at other cities like Streetsboro and Cuyahoga Falls. They have appointed law directors, and you look at Hudson, they have a different form of government, but they hire. So I do think that they're onto something. I just think that this doesn't solve the problem because it's still a finite number of years. But this is something, if I have the honor of serving again, that I would look into, because I think you're onto something with this. I just don't think that this is the best solution. So for that reason, I won't be supporting it, but thank you for pointing this out.
Any other comments? Mr. Herman.
I agree with Mrs. Coffey to the extent that I see this as a larger systemic problem where city staff, and so my attitude is why not let the voters vote on this as one of these steps that we could take to help resolve recruiting and retaining people who have the technical capacity for these positions, and let voters vote them out if they don't like them. That's, to me, the best way to resolve this. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Herman. Anybody else?
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Rue.
Yeah, I'm gonna vote no on this. Pay was mentioned. There is a mechanism to increase pay for elected officials. No one has opted yet to take that opportunity to try to increase the pay for that. And it always is a finite period. Anybody can be voted out after 4 years. So I'm a no on this.
Thank you, Mr. Rue. Yes, Mr. Brennan.
I'm actually going to support this because the way I look at it is, especially for council and even for these 4-year positions, every 2 years or every 4 years, there's your term limit if people don't like you. So putting on an arbitrary 8 years or 12 years or 16 years or whatever you want, or absolutely means nothing to me. I said when I originally ran for finance director for Stow, I believe there was a term limit on, but I ran against the incumbent. Everybody says you can't beat an incumbent. I ran against the incumbent and beat the incumbent. So I think every 4 years or every 2 years, there's your term limit right there. You have to perform for the voters in the city of Stow.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Any other, everybody's had an opportunity? All right, will the clerk please call the roll?
Coffey?
No.
Baranek?
Yes.
McIntyre?
No.
Reel?
No.
Bioka?
No.
Feldman?
Yes.
Herman?
Yes.
4 noes and 3 yeses. That ordinance does not pass. I'd like to introduce ordinance 2025-133 and ask the clerk to please read it by its title.
Ordinance 2025-133, an ordinance providing for a separate amendment to the charter of the city of Stow, Ohio, to be submitted to the electorate at the general election on November 4th, 2025, to amend section 4.02 and section 5.01 of the charter, changing the number of wards for the city of Stow City Council and declaring an emergency.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Any discussion? Mrs. Coffey.
As a ward representative, I feel like I can handle, I do get a lot of calls from constituents. That's actually my favorite part of the role, is meeting constituents and trying to help them. But I do feel like I can manage it. So for that reason, I feel like we have the right number. I don't feel like the solution is costing the city more and adding wards. While I understand that the city is growing, as a ward representative, I just feel like I can handle it and speaking with my colleagues. So for that reason, I will not be supporting this.
Thank you, Ms. Coffey. Mr. Fiocca.
I've told, when I've spoken with residents in the past, as well, in the ward, I just don't represent you. You have 3 at large, so everybody in the city has 4. The ward and the 3 at large representing them on council. I feel that, at least I agree with Ms. Coffey that those needs have been met, so I will not be supporting this legislation this evening.
Any other comments? Thank you, Mr. Fiocca. Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Coffee?
No.
Baranek? McIntyre?
No.
Reel?
No.
Fiocca?
No.
Feldman?
Yes.
Herman?
Yes.
That ordinance does not pass. I'd like to introduce ordinance 2025-134 and ask the clerk to please read it by its title.
Ordinance 2025-134, an ordinance providing for a separate amendment to the charter of the city of Stow, Ohio, to be submitted to the electorate at the general election on November 4th, 2025, to amend section 4.02 and section 21.08 of the charter, changing the length of terms for city council members and declaring an emergency.
Move to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Any discussion? Mrs. Coffey.
Again, for this, I think that you bring up a good point. I definitely see the benefit in staggered terms. This is one where, for me, I prioritized what is most important, and I would say the 2-year terms and the people's ability to vote someone out if they're not doing a good job, I think just for me, just slightly was prioritized. Also, this has been asked to the voters before, and we've received the response. So for those reasons, but this is a tough one, and I can see the benefits on both sides of this, so.
Mr. Fiocca. Thank you, Ms. Coffey.
No, I know there was a question about a turnover. I started in the beginning of 2020, and as of right now, only 2 other people remain that started with me, Mr. Feldman and Mr. McIntyre. So as you can see, we've seen natural turnover. We have not seen the mass turnover every 2 years. So I think we're already seeing that to begin with. So I will not be supporting this this evening.
Any other comments? I'll have one. I support it, and I watched how you guys did it and how much thought went into how you would implement it. So I thought it was very good. Plus, as Councilman Fiocca mentioned, I lived it, and we kind of looked around with 6 new people, and we said, okay, right? I think the stagger is a great idea. So I'm all for it, and I thought how you all thought of it as far as the implementation was very good, and being very fair to people who are still on. So, thank you for that. Any other comments? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Coffee?
No.
Baranek?
Yes.
McIntyre?
No.
Reel?
Nope.
Fiocca?
No.
Feldman?
Yes.
Herman?
Yes.
That ordinance does not pass. I'd like to introduce ordinance 2025-135 and ask the clerk to please read it by its title.
2025-135, an ordinance providing for a separate amendment to the charter of the city of Stow, Ohio, to be submitted to the electorate at the general election on November 4th, 2025, to amend Article 16 of the charter establishing Section 16.07 entitled Ranked Choice Voting for the Municipal Elections and declaring an emergency.
Move to adopt.
Second. Moved and seconded to adopt. Any discussion? Mrs. Coffey.
Regarding ranked choice voting, I understand the premise behind it with the requirement of a majority versus a plurality with our current system, but I don't see the need to deviate from the way our state and federal government's voting system operates, especially since there are often not more than 2 candidates for elected positions, like mayor, law, finance, council, ward council representatives. So there often is a majority winner with these positions in those instances. Obviously, at large, it's different because you have more than 2 candidates, so plurality applies then. But I don't see the need to change our entire voting system for this purpose. I think our current voting system is obviously not perfect, but I don't think ranked choice voting is either. So I don't see the point in switching to another flawed system. I think there could be more negative ramifications and errors like have occurred with the algorithm errors and the dependence on technology. So I just think a simplistic explanation of ranked choice voting makes sense, but I think we need to study the potential ramifications more deeply. So I will not be supporting this.
Thank you, Mrs. Coffey. Any other comments? I just have one. For me, I'm just a little worried about above us, the legislation, Senate Bill, I think it's 63 and 137. I certainly don't want to get penalized for adopting any type of ranked choice voting. And right now, they're talking about withholding state funding, creating some things for municipalities that adopt it. Plus, I did a little research and nobody's adopted it yet. There's a couple that had it in the early 60s, Cleveland, Cincinnati, Hamilton, Toledo, and Ashtabula. And I know Mr. Herman, Councilman Herman, you're the expert on this, but they repealed it by about 1960. So I'm just a little worried about above us, and this is one that I've struggled with. So any other comments? Mr. Herman.
Yeah, thank you to my colleagues for your comments, and I understand the hesitancy about Stow trying to be a leader in democracy, innovation, and best practices like our Charter Review Commission and a lot of our citizens have encouraged. It's a scary thing to take leadership, and I get that. Fortunately, it looks like there will be some other cities beating us to the punch, so we should be able to learn from them and study this further, even if we aren't ready to do it right now. And but as Mr. Charles said, this is just about upholding majority rule. There are 2 ways to do that: either the traditional wasteful runoff process, where you have a completely separate election if nobody gets a majority, or this tool that is already used statewide in 2 states and in over 50 cities across the country, where you simply rank your backup choices on the ballot. If no one gets a majority, last place is eliminated. Instead of your vote being wasted, it will just go to your second choice so that you can have a consensus candidate. It's also good for Stow because we have nonpartisan elections, and the reason that it was repealed in the past and is resisted at the State House now is because corrupt party bosses don't like when voters get to have choices, neither do the special interests that are trying to prevent it from happening. But fortunately, Senate Bill 63 would actually not penalize the city of Stow, even if it would pass, so we don't have to worry about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Herman. Any other comments? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Coffey?
No.
Baranek? No. McIntyre?
No.
Reel?
No.
Yoka?
No.
Feldman?
No.
Herman?
Yes.
That ordinance does not pass. All right, moving along on the agenda. Item K, ordinance 2025-136. Ask the clerk to please read it by its title.
2025-136, an ordinance creating Stow Commission on City Council, creating the Stow Commission on City Council wards, delegating the composition and specifying the powers and duties therefore and declaring an emergency.
I move to suspend the rules.
Second.
Moved and seconded to suspend the rules. All those in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
No. Rules are suspended. I think that's 5, correct?
I ask for a roll call vote.
Roll call vote, please.
Coffee.
Yes.
Bearneck.
No.
McIntyre.
Yes.
Reel.
Yes.
Bioka.
Yes.
Feldman.
No.
Herman.
Yes.
The rules are not.
The rules are, that was 5, wasn't it?
It wasn't, you and Bernick weren't noticed, correct?
Yes.
The rules aren't suspended.
So the rules are not suspended.
Rules
It
are-
constitutes second reading.
Constitutes its second reading, that's correct. I'd like to introduce ordinance 2025-137 and ask the clerk to please read it by its title.
2025-137, ordinance creating the Stow Commission on Ranked Choice Voting, delegating the composition and specifying the powers and duties thereof, and declaring an emergency.
Move to suspend the rules.
Second.
Moved and seconded to suspend the rules. All those in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
No.
No.
Please call the roll. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Coffee.
Yes.
Bearneck.
Yes.
McIntyre.
Yes.
Reel.
Yes.
Bioka.
Yes.
Feldman.
No.
Herman.
No.
Rules are not suspended. That will constitute its second reading. I'd like to introduce ordinance 2025-142 and ask the clerk to please read it by its title.
2025-142, an ordinance amending certain sections of COS, particularly to add section 1145.15 COS entitled Supplementary Regulations for Drive-Throughs Facilities to include bypass lane requirements for all drive-throughs facilities.
That will constitute its second reading. I'd like to introduce resolution 2025-147 and ask the clerk to please read it by its title.
2025-147, a resolution pursuant to Article 22 of the Charter of the City of Stow ratifying the approval of 2026 capital improvement plan and declaring an emergency.
Any discussion? Mr. Brooker, can you, or Mr. Mayor, can you communicate? I know that's, this will constitute its second reading, but the capital improvement plan, speaking for myself, I want to make sure we see the Echo Road stormwater in there. And we got some documentation that could break it into 3 consecutive years. And then I want to reference back to the connectivity study, those 4 items that were prioritized. I don't think we've got all 4 of them. I think we've got to 1. I'd like to see a couple of those prioritized connectivity study items. I remember the study on the floor, and it had 4 items that were a different color because they needed to be done now. And I think we did 1. So those are just my 2 cents. Obviously, council will chime in. Anybody else have any discussion before we declare a second reading there? Mr. McIntyre?
I would agree with kind of some of the things you're saying. I would encourage every member of council, if there's a project you want to see done in your ward or somewhere in the city as an at-large member, then bring it forward and get it put on the capital improvement. And, you know, if the money's available, then we can get these things done.
Yeah, I just was trying to give them a little heads up after the second reading, so we can get it on there. Anybody else? Seeing none, that will constitute its second reading. On to item O, I'd like to introduce ordinance 2025-148 and ask the clerk to please read it by its title.
2025-148, ordinance amending Chapter 115 COS entitled Personal Policies, Procedures, and Payroll and declaring an emergency.
I make a motion to suspend the rules.
Second.
Moved and seconded, to suspend the rules. All those in favor signify by saying yes. Yes.
No.
No.
2 noes. The rules are not suspended, and that will constitute its second reading. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. I'd like to introduce ordinance 2025-149 and ask the clerk to please read it by its title.
2025-149, an ordinance authorizing the mayor to make and enter into security services contract with Stow Monroe Falls City School District and declaring an emergency.
I move to suspend the rules.
Second.
Moved and seconded to suspend the rules. All those in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
No.
Roll call vote, please.
Coffee?
Yes.
Baranek? Yes. McIntyre?
No.
Reel?
Yes.
Fioka?
No.
Bellman?
Yes.
Herman?
Yes.
The rules are not suspended. That will constitute its second reading. I'd like to introduce ordinance 2025-152 and ask the clerk to please read it by its title.
Ordinance 2025-152, an ordinance authorizing the mayor to make and enter into a contract with Independent Business Supply for furniture for the finance department without the necessity of public bids and declare an emergency.
Any discussion? I just, I wanted, since I wasn't here, I wanted to make a comment. I know that will constitute its second reading, but I didn't like where it says furniture, and this is obviously my opinion. To me, it's a workstation, conference room. It was in the capital budget, so I just, I mean, I went and met with finance after the July 10th meeting, and I kept hearing furniture, and I walked around, and I think, to me, it's an efficient workstation. So I'll be supporting this when it gets to its third reading, but that will just constitute its second reading. You good on the documentation? All right, I'd like to introduce resolution, no, I don't. I believe resolution 127, 28, 29 remained in committee or on the table?
No, they were withdrawn from committee.
We withdrawn, correct?
Yeah, I think R through X was
144,
withdrawn.
145, 146.
All the way through 146. Thank you. So I'd like to introduce ordinance 2025-154 and ask the clerk to please read it by its title.
So were these voted onto the council agenda?
They were removed, they were voted to withdraw in committee.
So they never made it,
They never
yeah.
got put on.
Okay.
Yeah. They were withdrawn in committee.
154.
I know, you had to see if it was an ordinance or resolution.
There you go.
Ordinance 2025-154, an ordinance declaring the improvement to certain parcels in the city to be public purpose and exempt from taxation pursuant to ORC 5709.40B, providing for the collection and deposit of certain service payments and specifying the purposes for which those service payments may be expended, authorizing school and library compensation payments and declaring an emergency.
Move to suspend the rules.
Second. Moved and seconded to suspend the rules. All those in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed? The rules are suspended.
I move to adopt.
Second. Moved and seconded to adopt. Any discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Coffee?
Yes.
Baranek? Yes. McIntyre?
Yes.
Reel?
Yes.
Yoga?
Yes.
Feldman?
Yes.
Herman?
Yes.
That ordinance passes and will take effect according to its terms. I'd like to introduce ordinance 2025-155 and ask the clerk to please read it by its title.
2025-155, an ordinance authorizing the mayor to make an entrance to a contract with Daywalt Management LLC for the purchase of Kubota front loader for use at Fox Den Golf Course without the necessity of public bids and declare an emergency.
Second. Moved and seconded to suspend the rules. All those in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed? The rules are suspended.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Coffee?
Yes.
Bearneck? Yes. McIntyre?
Yes.
Reel?
Yes.
Fioka?
Yes.
Feldman?
Yes.
Herman?
Yes.
That ordinance passes and will take effect according to its terms. I'd like to introduce ordinance 2025-156 and ask the clerk to please read it by its title.
2025-156, an ordinance declaring improvement to certain parcels in the city to be public purpose and exempt from taxation pursuant to ORC 5709.40B, providing for the collection and deposit of service payments and specifying the purposes for which those service payments may be expended, authorizing school and library compensation payments, and declaring an emergency.
I move to suspend the rules.
Moved and seconded to suspend the rules. All those in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed? The rules are suspended.
Move to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Any discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Coffee?
Yes.
Bearneck? Yes. McIntyre?
Yes.
Reel?
Yes.
Fioka?
Yes.
Feldman?
Yes.
Herman?
Yes.
That ordinance passes and will take effect according to its terms. I'd like to introduce ordinance 2025-157 and ask the clerk to please read it by its title.
2025-157, an ordinance amending Chapter 115 COS entitled Personal Policies and Procedures and declaring an emergency.
I move to suspend the rules.
Second.
Moved and seconded to suspend the rules. All those in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed? The rules are suspended.
Move to adopt.
I second. Any discussion? Yes. Mrs. Coffey?
For me on this, I guess I see the value in the position. However, we've added several positions that weren't in the budget to firefighters. And we're talking about SROs. And for me, safety and infrastructure is more of a priority. While I see these, I'm hesitant to add another position. So for those reasons, I will not be supporting this.
Any other discussion? I've got one. I will be supporting it. I've been wanting this person for 5 years, and we need to tell our story. It's regardless of what public institution you're in, there is good news, and you need somebody to get that good news out. And we have not done it, and this is an opportunity to do it. And I wish it was full-time. Maybe we wouldn't have to do some of these other things, but there's good news coming out of here, good news coming out of lots of places, and I think that's what this is about. It's a community we live in, we're proud of, and we need to tell our story. So I will be supporting it. Any other comments? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Coffee?
No.
Bearneck?
No.
McIntyre?
No.
Reel?
Yes.
Fioka?
No.
Feldman?
Yes.
Herman?
Yes.
That ordinance does not pass. 4 noes and 3 yeses. I'd like to introduce ordinance 2025-158 and ask the clerk to please read it by its title.
2025-158, an ordinance authorizing the mayor to make an entry to a contract with Archer Signs Corporation for the construction of the new Stow City Hall sign without the necessity of public bids and declaring an emergency.
Move to suspend the rules.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed? The rules are suspended.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Any discussion?
This one,
Yes,
this
Mr.
is long,
McIntyre.
this is long overdue, these signs and the information that, you know. To answer your question that you just talked about getting our story out, these signs are gonna tell that story for a lot less than an employee and benefits and things of that nature, so that's something to consider too, so I'll be supporting it, thank you.
Anybody else? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Coffee?
Yes.
Baranek? McIntyre?
Yes.
Reel?
Yes.
Fioka?
Yes.
Spellman?
Yes.
Herman?
Yes.
That ordinance passes, and we are looking forward to that being out in front, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to introduce ordinance 2025-159 and ask the clerk to please read it by its title.
2025-159, an ordinance authorizing the Director of Public Service to advertise and solicit bids on behalf of the City of Stow for Heritage House Rebuild Project, authorizing adopting plans and specifications prepared for the City of Stow therefore, and authorizing the mayor to make and enter into contracts related to documents for said services, so long as the proper authorization is first obtained in accordance with Section 17305 COS and declare an emergency.
I move to suspend the rules.
Second.
Moved and seconded to suspend the rules. All those in favor signify by saying yes. Yes. Opposed? The rules are
I
suspended.
move to adopt.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Any discussion? Mr. Baranek.
Yes, I will be abstaining from this since I am actually a trustee for the Historical Society, so, but this is well, been waiting for this for a long time for the rebuild, so, but I support it, but I will be abstaining.
Thank you, Mr. Baranek. I get tired of driving by and seeing the roof peeled back, right? So we are excited to get this done. I'm sorry, Mrs. Coffey first, then Mr. Reel.
Yes, I agree with Mr. Baranek. This is long overdue, so I am very excited for this project, and I will be supporting this.
Yeah, this received state capital funds too, is that correct? Yep.
Yes.
All right, excellent.
Any other comments? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Coffee?
Yes.
Baranek? Yes. McIntyre?
Yes.
Reel?
Yes.
Fioka?
Yes.
Spellman?
Yes.
Herman?
Yes.
Excuse me, correction. Abstain. Thank you.
Another comment too, if you're going to abstain, you should also abstain on suspension of the rules.
Thank you, Mr.
Technically, I was supposed to make any comment.
Thank you, Mr. Reel. All right. Ordinance 2025-160. I'd like to introduce that ordinance and ask the clerk to please read it by its title.
2025-160, an ordinance amending ordinance number 2024-216, increasing the authorization expenditures for Rapidus Financial Consultants and declaring an emergency.
I move to suspend the rules.
Second.
Moved and seconded, to suspend the rules. All those in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed? The rules are suspended.
I move to adopt.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Any discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Coffee?
Yes.
Baranek? McIntyre?
Yes.
Reel?
Yes.
Fioka?
Yes.
Spellman?
Yes.
Herman?
Yes.
That ordinance passes and will take effect according to its terms. I'd like to introduce ordinance 2025-161 and ask the clerk to please read it by its title.
2025-161, an ordinance declaring the improvement to certain parcels in the city to be a public purpose and exempt from taxation pursuant to ORC 5709.40B, providing for the collection and deposit of service payments on specific purposes for which those service payments may be expended, authorizing school and library compensation payments and declaring an emergency.
I move to suspend the rules.
Second.
Moved and seconded, suspend the rules. All those in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed? The rules are suspended.
I move to adopt.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Any discussion?
Mr. Feldman?
Yes, Mr. McIntyre.
Thank you. Mr. Hooden or Mr. Cowan, do you know how many TIFs we have adopted here in the city of Stowe?
Including these, I think this will bring us up to 7.
7. But these TIFs are a testament to the businesses the economic development that's happening in Stow, right? These TIFs aren't just one, while they may be a parcel, in some cases, they're large parcels. And, you know, the development, so, I mean, kudos to, I know Mr. Reel, Mr. Riley brought forward the first one and everything else, but obviously this is an economic development tool at our disposal, and kudos to the city for finding opportunities and to the businesses that are coming to Stow that are increasing our economic development.
I agree with you, Mr. McIntyre. It's, we're funding infrastructure without raising taxes, which is great, and credit belongs to you guys who are moving along with it, so I agree. Any other comments? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Coffee?
Yes.
Baranek? Yes. McIntyre?
Yes.
Reel?
Yes.
Fioka?
Yes.
Spellman?
Yes.
Herman?
Yes.
That ordinance passes and will take effect according to its terms. I'd like to introduce ordinance 2025-162 and ask the clerk to please read it by its title.
2025-162, an ordinance declaring the improvement to certain parcels in the city to be public purpose and exempt from taxation pursuant to ORC 5709.40B, providing for the collection and deposit of service payments and specifying the purposes for which those service payments may be expended, authorizing school and library compensation payments, and declaring emergency.
I move to suspend the rules.
Second. Moved and seconded to suspend the rules. All those in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed? The rules are suspended.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Any discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Coffee?
Yes.
Baranek?
Yes.
McIntyre?
Yes.
Reel?
Yes.
Fioka?
Yes.
Spellman?
Yes.
Herman?
Yes.
That ordinance passes and will take effect according to its terms. I'd like to introduce Resolution 2025-163 and ask the clerk to please read it by its title.
2025-163, a resolution amending Resolution 2025-117, allowing modification of the site plan of the property located at 4285 Kent Road in the city of Stow, Ohio.
I move to suspend the rules.
Second.
Moved and seconded to suspend the rules. All those in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed? The rules are suspended.
I move to adopt.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Any discussion? Yes, Mr. Reel.
This is being requested in advance of upcoming CRAs, is that right?
Yes, we are working with the owner on CRA agreements.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Coffee?
Yes.
Baranek? Yes. McIntyre?
Yes.
Reel?
Yes.
Fioka?
Yes.
Spellman?
Yes.
Herman?
Yes.
That resolution passes and will take effect according to its terms. I'd like to introduce Resolution 2025-164 and ask the clerk to please read it by its title.
2025-164, a resolution granting site plan approval to Lisa Van Handel Excel Engineering applicant on behalf of Stow Hudson Investment Company owner to grant a conditional zoning certificate on the property located at 1590 Norton Road, parcel number 5619844.
I move to suspend the rules.
Second. Moved and seconded to suspend the rules. All those in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed? The rules are suspended.
I move to adopt.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Any discussion?
Mr. Feldman?
Yes.
As I said earlier in the committee meeting, you know, obviously, I don't see any evidence where this applicant didn't meet any of the conditions that our zoning code has. We heard it from our planning director today that, you know, he feels that this meets all the conditions set forth, so I fully intend on supporting this legislation this evening.
Thank you, Mr. McIntyre. Any other comments? Yes, Ms. Coffey.
I will not be supporting this just because they didn't follow the recommendation for the designated right and left turn lane onto Norton Road.
This was it will need 5 votes to pass because it was a planning commission denial, I guess. Am I saying that right?
Yes, correct.
Any other questions or comments? Yes, Mr. Reel.
Zach, prior to you taking over this role, I had a discussion with Mr. Lepo about potentially creating a primer for planning commission members as well as new members of council as to, you know, what they can vote no on and why, and as well as verbalizing that so that the city is not held liable or anything like that. I think it's something that it's time for us to revisit and actually complete this time.
Yeah, I agree. We try to do a refresher once a year with planning commission, just let them know the powers and duties and responsibilities.
Yep.
But yeah, we need to have a thorough refresher for them.
Yeah, and it would be helpful for new members of council and
Yeah.
some that have been around for a while. So, thank you.
I agree with you, Mr. Reel. Any other comments? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Coffee?
No.
Baranek?
Yes.
McIntyre?
Yes.
Reel?
Yes.
Fielka?
Yes.
Feldman?
Yes.
Herman?
Yes.
6-1, that ordinance passes and will take effect according to its terms. And I'm sure Mr. Sokoloff will be very happy. I'd like to introduce Resolution 2025-165 and ask the clerk to please read it by its title.
2025-165, a resolution granting sign variance approval to Amanda Dick, Pride One Construction applicant on behalf of the Stow Hudson Drive LLC owner on the property located at 4316 Hudson Drive, parcel number 5619618.
I move to suspend the rules.
Second.
Moved and seconded to suspend the rules. All those in favor signify by saying yes. Yes. Opposed? The rules are suspended. Moved and seconded to adopt. Any discussion? Yes, Mr. Rankin.
Thank you. Again, like I said earlier, I'll be supporting this, this sign, but the signs that they're applying for these variances, I feel like there was never a sign or a variance that's needed for something like this. Some of the other things that kind of stuff that we talked about earlier in this meeting, we talked about is art. We're pushing heavy into art. And this sign is an expression of, in a similar way, and to sit there and say it doesn't meet this because it's not touching the ground. That sign is very appealing to the eye, and I fully support it.
Thank you, Mr. McIntyre. Other comments? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Coffee?
No.
Baranek?
Yes.
McIntyre?
Yes.
Reel?
Yes.
Fielka?
Yes.
Feldman?
Yes.
Herman?
Yes.
That resolution passes 6-1 and will take effect according to its terms. 25-166 we handled at the top of new business. I'd like to introduce ordinance 2025-167 and ask the clerk to please read it by its title.
2025-167, ordinance authorizing the Director of Public Service to advertise and solicit bids on behalf of the City of Stow for the City of Stow Amphitheater Project, authorizing, adopting, and specifications prepared for the City of Stow thereof, and authorizing the mayor to make and enter into contracts related to documents for said services, so long as proper authorization is first obtained in accordance with Section 17305 COS declaring an emergency.
I move to suspend the rules.
Second.
Moved and seconded to suspend the rules. All those in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed? The rules are suspended.
I move to adopt.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Any discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Coffee?
Yes.
Baranek?
Yes.
McIntyre?
Yes.
Reel?
Yes.
Fielka?
Yes.
Feldman?
Yes.
Herman?
Yes.
That ordinance passes and will take effect according to its terms. I'd like to introduce Resolution 2025-168 and ask the clerk to please read it by its title.
2025-168, a resolution granting lot split approval to Matthew Neff, applicant on behalf of 4386 Maple Park LLC owner, to permit a lot split of the property located at Maple Park Road in the city of Stow, Ohio, into 4 separate parcels and granting certain variances.
I move to suspend the rules.
Second.
Moved and seconded to suspend the rules. All those in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed? The rules are suspended.
I move to adopt.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Any discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Coffee?
Yes.
Baranek?
Yes.
McIntyre?
Yes.
Reel?
Yes.
Fielka?
Yes.
Feldman?
Yes.
Herman?
Yes.
That resolution passes and will take effect according to its terms. I'd like to introduce Resolution 2025-169 and ask the clerk to please read it by its title.
2025-169, a resolution granting site plan approval to the city of Stow and Jeremy Shaw Sol Harris, architect applicant on behalf of Stow Hudson Investment Company 2, owner, to grant a conditional zoning certificate on the property located at 1680 Norton Road, parcel number 5619846, and granting certain variances.
I move to suspend the rules.
Second. Moved and seconded to suspend the rules. All those in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed? The rules are suspended.
I move to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Any discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Coffee?
Yes.
Baranek?
Yes.
McIntyre?
Yes.
Reel?
Yes.
Fielka?
Yes.
Feldman?
Yes.
Herman?
Yes.
That resolution passes and will take effect according to its terms. I'd like to introduce ordinance 2025-170 and ask the clerk to please read it by its title.
2025-170, an ordinance authorizing the mayor to make and enter into a contract with Skydio, Inc. for the purchase of a drone and related equipment for use by the police department course without the necessity of public bids and declaring an emergency.
I move to suspend the rules.
Second.
Moved and seconded to suspend the rules. All those in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed? The rules are suspended.
I move to adopt.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Any discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Coffee?
Yes.
Baranek? McIntyre?
Yes.
Reel?
Yes.
Fielka?
Yes.
Feldman?
Yes.
Herman?
Yes.
That ordinance passes and will take effect according to its terms. Chief, congratulations. All right, we have a motion to pay the bills.
Mr. President, I make a motion
Thank
to
you.
authorize the president council or his designee to sign the bill listings for August 14th and August 28th, as we will be taking our summer recess.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed? We will sign the bill listing. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
We are adjourned.